synesthesia, though, which is when you can use other senses to perceive things. Like people will see numbers in certain colors, or they'll hear a number and associate it with a sound. Like, yeah. Anyway, we got just a heart here. There's a couple hearts that you get early on, and you're going to be thankful for them because things do a lot of damage in this run.
Yeah, getting a bit of love in Link's house here. They got
to do a Love Shack pun.
They've got
I'll let it go.
9,999 rupees to start off again.
Yeah, that's totally normal. Fighter sword.
Yep.
Fighter sword, more than enough to take out these guards now. In one hit, whack, there they go. You can see Kroya not expecting the guards to just explode. And Powder, like this is a joke. You're just flush with items. You're overpowered. Players are probably feeling confident. Maybe that's got them nervous. It should, because Kroya's about to find the Moldorm waiting in Hyrule Castle. He wants nothing to do with it. All the players just walking.
Yeah, right noped out of there right quick.
So that was in fact a Moldorm made out of guard sprites. I guess that's what happens when you just dump it inside any place it's not supposed to be. It will drop a heart container if you defeat it. So actually some incentive to go back and fight it. And he dies in like 2 hits, I think. So not so bad. But none of the players just noped right out of the room.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did when I played this.
That was my first reaction. And then my second reaction was like, well, what if he has something? And then I went back and I got that heart container. And I was thankful because I'm pretty sure all that Moldorm will hit you for like 3 hearts. I think the ball and chain guard coming up is going to hit for 3 hearts.
It's nice that this chest gives you 1 bomb. Only 1. Just
don't waste that bomb.
Yeah, just enough to get into the escape area.
I think this one was before enemy drop prize packs were randomized, so they're not going to be getting any bombs from any of the players. Here's the ball and chain guard, goes down to 1 hit. Normally 8 slashes, there's just 1.
Super powered fighter sword.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out if I really had the fighter sword and not like a gold sword that looks like a fighter sword, or if the enemy HP values were changed. And I think it's the enemy HP values that have been changed.
And Meekin had almost left without Zelda there for a moment, had gone back to pick her up.
See, it's not that crazy.
He wasn't interested in Zelda's love dungeon there.
Whoa. I guess, why else is she in there?
I always find heart pieces in there, so it's just become the new name for it for me.
Okay, I had something else in mind. That makes more sense. 3 of our players have just exited escape. Miken's just behind them. I like the guard with the tiny little sword.
There's only, I think, 2 of them that I've seen. Oh, and it looks like nobody... Oh, Pika Pals, no!
Yep, finding out just how much damage this Moldorm does. 1 death here in the Hyrule Castle lobby.
Oh, that takes you all the way back to the basement. Ew.
Yep. Our first tragic death. But a lot of players having trouble pushing this relief. This is not... I didn't know this was a thing.
Yep, it is intentional.
Oh, you have to defeat
you must defeat the Moldorm boss. Oh, and Kroya! Also with the death. Hopefully that doesn't take him all the way back to the dungeon. Oh, and it does!
I wonder if you could leave the castle and get a new checkpoint. I don't think that's how that works, though. Elminster and Mekans have successfully defeated Moldorm. They've earned their heart container, and they're now off to the rest of Escape. The title for this seed, by the way, is it Of Worms and Wonders, or is it just Worms and Wonders?
Ooh, he posted it in chat earlier, but with my yeah, I think it's Of Worms and Wonders.
Yeah, I think it's perhaps it's an Of Mice and Men reference. Either way, it is lovely, poetic, and very important. Yeah, it says right there for you guys, but not for us. We have a different view we don't get to see. But yeah, it is poetic. We've seen Worm. We've seen one of our W's. You might be wondering what the wonder is. Players will be needing to figure it out pretty soon.
Ooh, Pika Pals needs to get another hit on Moldorm without taking. Oh my god!
Oh man,
that Moldorm just has it for him.
Oh, he's in an awkward space between these two torches here. It's pretty
his
smart.
Number.
Lure him out.
Oh, there we go. There we go. And Kroya also.
One more hit.
I think one more hit. Oh no, I lied. He probably did a poke. Wait, he's been doing a few pokes. With this guy, if you poke him, you need to do like 4 hits. There you go. He's got it. Kroya getting the last kill.
As Elminster and Mekans are now leaving Sanctuary, they picked up a mushroom in the Escape, and Elminster immediately using the mirror. What? Wait a minute. He was in the light world. That's not how that works.
Yeah, using the mirror.
Immediately, he's discovered the wondrous thing about this seed. The mirror works in both the light world and the dark world. This gives you a huge number of possibilities of places to explore, and nowhere does anything tell you that that's how the mirror works.
Absolutely. It's just by accident most people find it. So going to check the lumberjack cave, and yeah, had to double check that. Oh, look at that! It's a second mirror.
That caught me off guard. That was when I was like, the Moldorm thing was. I mean, obviously that caught me off guard, but after I saw like duplicate items, I was like, I don't know what I'm getting myself into.
I think that's supposed to be a hint that it's kind of important and maybe to use it. I'm not particularly sure. All I know is that when I played it, it broke, so I couldn't actually use the mirror.
And then another mirror here in Lost Woods.
Yep.
I think you're right. I think that's the game trying to hint to you.
Use me. Use me.
So the players now off to Kakariko. Lots of chests waiting. Nothing really good, though. If you try to explore all of the areas that minor glitches will not get you to, you're not going to find any progression items. 0.
We got 10 bombs, 10 arrows, another 10 arrows, and more bombs. Yeah.
This is going to become the norm for a bit. Get some hearts, though. Those are going to be nice. 7's a nice breakpoint, so you can take 2 hits from some of these surprise bosses that hit for 3 hearts.
So Kroya's heading into the lumberjack cave, sees the mirror, heads out. I wonder what they must be thinking when they see that.
I had no idea what to think. I just thought that's weird. Whereas hopefully some of our players think maybe that's a sign. I don't know. So Elminster figured it out right away, but I think he's the only one who's used the mirror here in the overworld, and everyone else now has something else equipped. So they're pretty unlikely to pull that mirror out unless the idea occurs to try it. Oh, we got one. We got a mirror for Kroya. He's using it.
Yeah. And he's wandering around as a bunny in Skullwoods.
Mirror as well from Mikans. Trying to figure out what exactly can I do as a bunny.
So we got a few people who, I guess, have got the hint. You need the mirror. Now, the other thing is we did see a map. And now this was before the crystals and pendants were randomized as well. If I recall correctly, this is version 5 or 6. I don't remember 100%, but it's one of those two versions. So that means the crystals and pendants weren't randomized. But if you saw the map, you'll have seen that there's actually 3 green pendants on the map. That's not an accident. So it'll be interesting to see what these players think of that and where they decide to go from that.
Yeah, when I saw that, I really wasn't sure how to interpret it. Was the game tracking them as 3 separate green pendants, and Sahasra would give me an item for each one? We'll find out, I guess, in a little bit. Elminster has this mirror and is aware that he got powder very early on. And when you're able to mirror to both the light world and dark world, you are able to go straight to the Mad Batter and see what item he has in store. This is a pretty smart play.
Yes, definitely.
By the way, this is Mikans who's doing this. I forgot the labels for Switch. All right, Mikans is the one checking the Mad Batter.
And he gets 10 bombs. Not what he's looking for.
Got played. Elminster checking out the true place to go. He went to the Heart Place location near the Grove, as well as the Grove itself, with the Stump Kid there, and he has found the Moon Pearl. So he is able now to really dig into the Dark World, starting with, of course, the digging game. And rupees not a concern here.
Nope. They've got enough. So, seeing that the map, that there's a map lying on the maze race area, opts to not go pick it up. So, wonder what that map is for. What dungeon?
Croy is doing the same. Elminster now is heading to the library, but he's actually grabbing this frog. You can actually use the mirror to get around the rocks, or the skulls rather, that you need the Titan's mitts for. So he's going to be able to get right in behind there, grab this frog, and mirror out. Except he's inside a wall. Mikans has also stumbled upon another key location, the hookshot, waiting here in the ledge behind the graveyard.
Yeah, making excellent progress already, finding key items.
Elminster returning the Dwarven Breadsmith. In this older version, I think you need to... Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. This got me too. In version 8, you can just go right back in and things will be okay. but in this older version, you're going to need to... In this case, I think the fastest thing to do is to mirror twice.
Yeah, mirror twice, head back into the building, and then you should be able to pick up your new tempered sword.
The minster trying to get directly in there with the mirror does get it. And there it is. Tempered sword. That's what is supposed to happen.
So I believe Pika Pals also already has a tempered sword. Mikens and Kroya, I believe, still have the fighter sword. So we're about to see our first look into the mini Moldorm cave here. See what's here. So a little bit of love, a single arrow, 10 bombs, 10 more arrows, and more arrows. Unfortunately, nothing that they're really looking for.
Pika Pals has found the Moon Pearl, able to sort of join the Dark World exploration party. Kroya down to half a heart, exploring the mire and the desert at the same time. I don't know if he's seen the ledge item yet, but it is a shovel.
And you know what, and you know Wizrobe and those fetch quests. Could be anything hidden away there.
Kroya's not gonna go tearing off to dig up whatever might be waiting for him just yet. He is heading into Desert Palace. The mirror lets you get in the back door, and with no power glove, they cannot lift up rocks, but you can mirror past it. Ooh, gets camped at the door by, I think that is a lever. And that half a heart, not enough to take that hit. But it's a pretty short distance, and he's got some health back, so not the worst thing.
Yeah, and seeing there's a small key on that ledge there, if this isn't the big key or some sort of progression item, unfortunately this is going to be about the end that he can do for this dungeon.
Yeah, it is possible to mirror past the rocks and swipe a key from the later section of Desert and come back to use that to open up the small key door. We'll see if he's going to do that once he checks out this big chest, finds nothing but a couple more bombs. He's mirroring out. Pika Pals turns in the purple chest, a long trek.
Oh,
McCann's. Buddy. Are you okay?
He zoned, and for some reason... yeah, he zoned. And then for some reason, broke the game.
That was something. I have seen similar glitches before, and I think most people just kind of go like, yeah, we don't know, sometimes that happens. Weird scrolling glitch, basically, that usually ends up stopping somewhere weird, and that becomes Link's new spawn point. And so if it's like over a cliff, you can just fall infinitely. If it's somewhere you can't get away from, you can just get stuck. It's really weird. And it's a shame that it happened to him, so he is going to have to save and quit out. He's heading to Hasrula's hut.
Not a bad move. All players are pretty much taking completely different directions here. We've got Elminster, who's in Thieves Town. Kroya, who might be heading to Aghanim.
Could be. He's seen the mirror as the lumberjack item. And he's got a mirror that can take him anywhere in the Dark World, so the Dark World portal, not really necessary. Oh, okay, he's just using this to get to the pyramid. I like it.
Makes sense.
Finds half a bomb. And doesn't want anything to do with it, so he's off As you can see, he's not found the Moon Pearl yet. That is the next big gate that he needs to get through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meekans is headed to Eastern Palace. Pretty sure no bow just yet, so not going to be able to defeat the boss and pick up a green pendant, question mark. One of 3 waiting in each Light World dungeon.
So we're getting to see our next fetch quest item. This is Kroya dropping off the mushroom. So we get to see what he gets in exchange. 10 bombs.
Womp, 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 womp.
Not what he's looking for. But hopefully he's hoping to find an item that will maybe blast open the seed a little bit.
He certainly did. Pika Pals actually might also stumble upon something a little explosive. We'll see. For now, he's going fake flippers, trying to exploit some kind of sequence break, heading to the hobo under the bridge, as Elminster is trying out a blind fight with 7 hearts.
Does an excellent job. Easy blind fight right there, and grabs the fire rod.
Heyo. That is a handy thing to have. Now, none of the players have really experimented too much with their magic so far. They've had the powder mostly, and unless you've got some kind of addiction, you're probably not going to be sprinkling that around too much all over the place. So with this fire rod, he might pull out this fire rod and use it a couple times, and he might find out that his magic usage situation it's a little off. We'll just have to see. He's not going straight to Skullwoods with that fire rod. He's going to explore some more. Oh wait, he's going through the back door here.
He doesn't have the power gloves, so he has to go this route. Because you need the power gloves to lift the skulls the other way. So, looks like he's just going straight to the boss. He's not even worrying about anything that's in the dungeon. Which is a pretty good strategy considering where they've found items so far.
You can definitely find progression items in dungeons in this seed, so if he continues this pattern, he might get burned.
Absolutely. So it looks like he's just opting to check this section out first here. Finds the compass. But with each of them having the mirror, it'll be quite easy to head back to the beginning of the dungeon.
When I got here, I opted to use the mirror to navigate the Lost Woods all over the place. I was pretty surprised at some of the routes you can actually take through there. It's pretty slow mirroring in and out, but so yeah, he is certainly passing up those, there he is, gets the fire rod in the back half of Skullwoods, and we're gonna see if he's gonna jump down for that chest. He's got one small key, so he's able to get through this door. Just barely holds on.
And it looks like Meekens has finally picked up his Moon Pearl. And also got a burrito from old Stumpy there.
Yeah, there's that and the race game map. And I don't know, we know the mirrors were maybe clues to look at, to use the mirror. The map, a clue to open the map and see maybe the pendant situations. A little strange, perhaps. Now, Elminster's been using the fire rod quite a bit. If you've been paying attention to his usage, I think he has basically the equivalent of quarter magic right now. And Mothula is something's
more
a
like
little off.
Mothulorm.
Mothorm.
Mothulorm or something.
Moldula.
Moldula. Ooh. Oh no!
The Moldworm recoil into these spikes. Elminster takes a death on this glitchy Moldorm abomination patched together by sprites of the boss that is supposed to be there, Mothula. He did a pretty good job of handling the situation calmly. Got in a lot of hits, but that recoil sends you so far.
Yeah, and he does have a lot of shots left with his fire rod, so we'll probably sorry, he was easily able to light all those lanterns without having to worry about looking for magic, at least.
Yeah, trying to use the fire rod, knows that it's Mothula's weakness, but not Moldorm's. Gonna have to fight him the way you would a Moldorm. For the most part, the boss doesn't really seem to move at all. It's mostly the moving floor that is what makes this boss kind of stretch out enough that you're able to actually hit.
Yeah, and when it's all curled up like
tail.
that, it's really hard to tell where the tail is or where the tail's hitbox is.
Even when the thing's all stretched out, it's hard to tell where the tail is. The sprite's a little unclear. We got Meekans and Pika-Pals both exploring the village of outcasts.
Oh, very nice. Elminster killing Mothulorm here and gets the big key.
We'll see if that's gonna encourage him to go back to check out some of those locations earlier on in the dungeon. Croy is in Eastern Palace. No bow for him. Doesn't quite get the pot on that last Stalfos, but successfully despawns the other two.
So we have a couple people now in Thieves Town. Meekans and Pika-Pals. So they're on their way to go at least get, I believe it was the fire rod that Blind dropped?
Mm-hmm. This is a pretty smart play. There's a lot of quick chests to check here in Thieves Town, and it's a fairly short dungeon.
Yeah, and it'll give them, with the fire source, it'll also end up giving them access to the boss at Desert Palace, because they can mirror past the rocks.
That's right. If they also find a way up Death Mountain, which they currently have no way to deal with, the mirror will also let them reach Hera, and there a fire rod will help them check the basement. And if you know a Wizrope seed, you probably know something like that has a good chance of being required. Meekans into the Hellway, no boots to dash up, and is stuck having to fight. Oh, just in front of the fairy, gets hit by the Patrick Star for 3 whole hearts of damage.
Oh man, that's gotta be rough. The fairy just being a tease right in front of him.
Pika-Pal's at full health for his attempt up the Hellway, and just a little bit. Unless the star wanted him. Here we go. Gonna be playing it safe. He's got sword beams too, using it to his advantage. Taking out all the Patrick Stars.
Yeah, swords beams doing enough damage to completely destroy them in one hit, mind you.
That is super useful.
Which is not normal, I should note.
Yeah, sword beams do not really get stronger with your swords upgrades, so it actually ends up doing quite a bit less damage than your sword swings. And because of the way the hitbox comes out and how big it is, when you're at full health, you can actually end up hitting things for sword beam damage, even though they're right in front of you. It can be actually a little frustrating, but when they do as much damage as they do here, you can see not a big deal.
So we see Meekans and Pika Pals doing a high five on the way up and down the stairs.
As Kroya heads to Zora's domain with 9,999 rupees out the gate. You're really not sweating the 500 required to see what Zora has.
I don't know. Will it be enough? We'll see.
He's like, whatever you got, give me 10 of them.
And he finds Bombos.
He sure does. Now, he had to fake flippers to get here. He does not have the flippers. So this is a sequence break he's done here to get Bombos. But without the book, to check Bombo, not that Bombos has anything to do with Bombo's tablet, but basically it'll help you get into some dungeons. I don't think he's checked the requirement to get into Mire, and has not been up to Death Mountain to see if that's what will get him into Turtle Rock, but the likelihood that it is a progression item is a little slim, so really the sequence break not going to get him too much. This is a good place to be checking. Kroya is going to be finding the hook shot here in the cave behind the graveyard.
Oh, Meekans saved and quit in the basement of Thieves Town. I don't think that Meekans realized that you can kill the enemies down there to open the door.
That is a real shame. The fire rod that you get there really gets the ball rolling in a lot of ways.
Yeah, Power Glove actually is not required to beat Thieves Town. So if Power Glove is locked behind something that requires the fire rod, this could be big trouble for Meekans.
Probably not too concerned at this point, because there are so many locations left to check with Moon Pearl and a double mirror. You can get to a surprising number of Dark World locations. Pika Pals does take a death in Thieves Town, but he is determined to see this dungeon through. Diving back in.
Sorry.
What is Elminster up to?
Grabbed the lost old man, who was very much more lost here than normal, down a completely different path, as well as having to fight some strange enemies along the way.
Yep. I don't know what dark thoughts the old man had as he stared down into the abyss there on Death Mountain, but he's okay now. He's back home, and like a nice elderly person paying you for mowing the lawn, he gives Link a shiny 20 rupees.
Ooh, Pika Pal's unfortunately taking another death here.
So the gloves, I think, are in the big chest in Skull Woods, if I remember correctly. And that means Elminster has been able to get up to Death Mountain. And that means that Meekans is very much in trouble. That glove is a big choke point, I guess. So he's going to need to go back to Thieves Town fairly shortly.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually knows that he can do it that way. I'm not sure if Meekan has done very many seeds where they haven't gotten Power Glove beforehand. Because normally, if you have a seed where you don't get the Power Glove, you have to take the long way around. Once you defeat Aghanim, you have to have the hook shot or something, and they go across the bridge. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not they know to go back or not.
Elminster is headed up to Tower of Hera while he's here on Death Mountain with the hookshot, the Moon Pearl, and this lovely super mirror. you're able to get to quite a few locations here on Death Mountain, but Hera's here, so he's going to check it out. And diving into the basement as well, perhaps feeling pretty confident that in a seed constructed by Wizrobe, something is going to make you wait out this whole tile room, and you'll notice there's a lack of enemies here in Tower of Hera. And finding...
And finds the blue pendant.
All right.
And we'll note also that it was the green pendant dungeon, as well as Eastern and Desert, was also green pendant dungeons on the map.
So now things making a little more sense, perhaps, for the players who have checked the Dark World map and have seen that indeed all 7 crystals are in their vanilla locations in the Dark World. So those pendants gotta be somewhere, perhaps, if they are required. And with the blue pendant being obtainable in such a weird location, that's gotta clue in Elminster that there's probably a red pendant out there somewhere, and it's also probably required. Tower of Hera is just so peaceful without any enemies.
Yeah. We get to see Kroya's map here. You see all the green pendants there. A beautiful flashing Master Sword.
Totally unsure what to make of it.
Yep. Pauses for a little bit to see what's going on.
Still a bunny here. But he's pretty close to the Moon Pearl. Even though he doesn't quite know it yet.
And we've got, I don't even know what to call this.
Well, the boss of Skull Woods is Mothorm, and this one is Moldula.
Moldula.
It is a Mothula with the Moldorm sprites in the Moldorm location. And it drops a green pendant. So we've got 2 of the 3 pendants now.
Well,
thankfully,
he can...
not a tough boss.
Yeah, and at least he has the green pendant now, so he can check Sahashala's item. He didn't have the hook shot because he didn't check the sanctuary. He didn't check the area behind the sanctuary, so he's not able to access East Death Mountain. But he looks like he's on his way to go check and see what Sahashala has. So what is he going to hand in this beautiful green pendant for? Anyone in chat have any guesses that hasn't seen the seed already?
I'm over here like excitedly raising my hand and then, it's lower.
I know what he's going to get.
It's only got... there's
the red pendant.
Wait, what? Why do you have? All right. All right. All 3 pendants acquired for Elminster. Master Sword in play. It is blinking on the map.
Yeah. He has access now to the Master Sword pedestal. No book, so he can't see what it is. But it'll be interesting to see what he pulls out of the pedestal.
And while he's here with the bow, why not? Why not go see what's waiting in Eastern Palace? Not a crystal dungeon, but he's feeling pretty good. Odds are that with the bow he's acquired, he's going to have to be here.
Absolutely. And so far the only one who has gotten it as well. So huge lead so far right now.
Yeah, I would have agreed wholeheartedly, except that hook shot is that's going to trip him up. There's some stuff he did not get on Death Mountain because of that hook shot. So even though he's very far along this fancy progression of items that you get from each dungeon, and as far along in the dungeons themselves, not having that hook shot is going to trip him up eventually. So we'll see if he can find it and then truly be way out in front. Mikan's also in Palace of Darkness here, but without a bow, not going to be able to complete it.
Yeah, I don't believe they have the hammer either.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, there's no tracker either. You just throw it out there and hope you're right.
Yeah. I'll just start spewing nonsense. Hopefully I'm right.
Minster's heading towards this sort of basement area of Palace of Darkness. Here's where the bow is put to use to take out the Igors.
Oh, Kreia getting trolled by the purple chest. Hands it in for a small bit of magic.
And then one drops from an enemy just outside. Like, yeah, there it is again. That's what you just got. You got the equivalent of an enemy drop you walked away from for hauling that chest all the way across Hyrule. It's a little easier, I guess, when you can mirror in the light world, but still not what you're looking for. So he's going to be heading over to Hype Cave, which is it's not quite hype. It's a little muted. If you're paying attention, we've seen it before from some of our other players, but right away you get some arrows. All right, decidedly less than hype. First treasure chest, nothing. Second, nothing. Third, nothing. But fourth one had a heart container. So up to 7 hearts now. And when you're that low in hearts with scary Moldorms lurking in places where Moldorms should not be, extra heart container, nice to have in your back pocket.
And the double balled Moldorm on Tower of Hera there. Definitely want some extra protection there.
So our monster is jumping into the back half of Palace of Darkness. Peak Pal's opting to explore the desert.
Yeah, with no boots, he might opt to go into the second half to just grab the key, because it's possible to at least open up the second area there. But who knows what's going to be over there? It might just be nothing.
Getting one of multiple Senk hearts that are actually waiting in this seed. Lots of health refills, and usually they end up being quite helpful with the amount of damage things seem to do in this seed. Yet another heart for Kreia here in Village of Outcasts, and Alminster has no lamp, is navigating the Palace of Darkness, dark room, in the dark, and is leaving, apparently.
Yeah, I think he got pretty much everything that he needed from there. Oh, he is now.
Yeah, I was like, wait, how did he get over there from the dark maze? I don't remember that being a part of the. Yeah, just some stream troubles there. Looks like it's all caught up once again. I will say, no minor glitches are required to beat this seed, so he does not have to be doing this maze. In the dark, the lantern is located somewhere where you do not need to go through a dark room to get to it.
Looks like Mikan's gonna go buy himself a fire shield. Might head back to Blind, maybe? I'm hoping Mikan's gonna head back to Thieves Town.
Could be. That is that if that was the problem, and the reason why Mikan's left, then we're good. But if Mikan's is pretty sure that the dungeon's just not completable without a lift upgrade, he's in trouble. So he's here and he's walking past the rooster and heading into the Lost Woods. So I'm not going to be finding anything useful here.
Kreia, sorry.
Seeing when he can dig up and finds just a couple arrows.
Kroya's heading into, or mostly through Thieves Town, so we'll see if he has the same problem with not having the power glove, if he opts to save and quit, or if he continues.
And even if he doesn't, he still has to avoid the problems that that Pika-Pal's had of simply not dying in this dungeon. Has 8 hearts, but green mail and things hit a lot harder than they normally do.
Especially with not having boots. Most of the time you can just sprint past everything, or at least while you're sprinting you have your sword out consistently. Without having boots, you have to be a lot more careful.
Yet none of the players have even seen the boots at this point, and they've got to be feeling their absence at this point. There's a lot of locations that you take for granted when you don't have the boots. So I didn't see what Elminster did not have the hammer, so he couldn't finish Palace of Darkness, and he didn't find anything while he was there. But he does know he can finish Eastern Palace, so here he is.
Yeah, you need the bow to kill the, I guess it's the Igor that's right before Armos's room. So it looks like Kroya is killing the enemies here, so he knows to progress, he needs to kill them. Head down this little hallway here.
This is a really tricky room without boots. Does navigate it successfully, but he is down to 2 hearts. Has an opportunity to powder a fairy under one of these skulls here. We'll see if he knows about it.
Also he doesn't have the hammer. Actually, I believe when Elminster went through here as well, did not have the hammer. So there's still a chest in Thieves Town they have not checked.
Could be something. Could be nothing at all.
So we might see them take a trip back when they have the hammer, just to see what's in there. As long as they're keeping track of their items, they should know whether or not it has something in there or not.
Well, I don't know if that's the case. I feel like the random item pool is a little weird. A lot more arrows and bombs than is possible.
It's true. And it looks like Armos, or the boss of this dungeon, is holding an item, as Elminster has the compass, the map, and the big key. So only one thing remains. Potential item. Potentially bombs and arrows. And there we go, Kroya grabbing his fire rod. I'd say things are getting a little heated.
You could say that. And then you might get flamed for it by chat. So here's Armos.
I think that's a mixture of Igors, and I'm trying to figure out what the other stuff in there is.
Yeah,
there's definitely.
It's like cannonballs.
I think it's cannonballs.
But they're like, it's like the really big one that comes out sometimes. Well, whatever it is, it's dead now. Elminster rewarded with the cape. Now you may recall the cape was located in the library and waiting for his green pendant, but you already got it, so nothing. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I forget whose audio we're using, but the boss music continues to play because you don't grab the pendant. And so to get out, you actually have to just leave the room and mirror out. But he's got this cape now.
So for those of you who watch randomizers regularly, you'll know that he now has access to 2 places. He has access to Hyrule Castle, Aghanim's Tower, as well as the Bumper Cave with that cape. So we could see him take a trip into Aghanim's Tower. We could see him take a trip to Bumper Cave. I don't believe anyone has checked what's on Bumper Cave, but I could be mistaken.
No, I think you are right about that. And they have, maybe everyone has checked Lumberjack, but at least 3 people have. And they know that it's just an awkward copy of the mirror they already have. And with their ability to explore the light world and dark world, and with that Lumberjack item being apparently unnecessary, I guess it's hard to say whether it really is just another mirror or just a sprite that looks like one thing and actually is another. But outside of that small possibility, no reason really to do Aghanim. So that cape should hopefully point Elminster towards the bumper cave, but until then he's still got a lot of other places he hasn't checked yet, like South Hylia.
And so Pika Pals is here in Ice Palace because he, I believe, he fake flippered over here and then used the mirror to get into the dark world and then used Bombos to kill the first enemy. So technically has sequence broken this as well, so shouldn't technically be here yet. So depending upon what he gets in here, could either lead him completely away from all the items that he needs to get, or help him at least advance a little further.
Yeah, he's broken it twice here, using fake flippers to skip the flippers and using Bombos to skip the fire rod. And to get Bombos, he had to use the fake flippers to skip the flippers again.
Exactly.
So here he is again, luring both of these guys off the wall, hitting them with the Bombos. And with this decreased magic use, you can see that he actually is able to use Bombos almost as much as he wants. He gets the big key right away, so that's maybe going to influence his decision when it comes time to either do the bomb jump or not. And inside the big chest, mirror shield. Okay. Only one player has bought a red shield. It is possible to upgrade your small shield to a red shield at a fairy fountain, like in the vanilla game. Or you can just skip right to the mirror shield.
Yeah, none of them have the flippers to access it, so they would have to fake flipper to get access to that fairy fountain.
Cray is following the intended path here into Skull Woods with the fire rod and the proximity to Skull Woods after coming out of Thieves Town. It's a pretty obvious play. And he's going to be checking actually some chests here that Elminster didn't. Except I've totally lost track of where he is in the dungeon, and he's actually all the way at the back. So he's into this awkward thing. I forget what we decided this one was.
Goodness gracious. I've forgotten as well.
It's not Moldula, it's Moththorn.
Moththorn? Moththorn?
Either way, Croy's down to 2 hearts, and these ricochets, along with the moving floor, are sending him flying. Really needs to be careful when he swings his sword. It can be frustrating sitting there waiting for your opportunity to hit this boss, but it is a lot better than getting yourself thrown into spikes and taking a death. Look how far! He went all the way across the room on that one.
Goodness.
That's one.
Ooh, 1 heart. Oh no!
Elminster is right here next to Bumper Cave. He's going to mirror and check. And he's going to see the boots. Boots! So, you guys know that he obtained his cape from where Armos is supposed to be, but is instead replaced with another glitchy Moldorm. But the other players, as far as they know, that cape is waiting on top of the library, which requires the boots. And the boots are in the bumper cave, which requires the cape, which is in the library that requires the boots.
I should also note, I did not, when I picked that up, I did not go that way. I went down Death Mountain and mirrored on that ledge and skipped the bumper, or skipped the magic cape altogether.
That is how I picked it up as well. It is, there's a couple of duplicate items that I guess create some interesting alternate strategies and routes through this seed. Really interesting stuff. Kroya back for another attempt at a glitchy Moldorm in this awful, awful room. Like, you think fighting Moldorm in the places where you normally fight him, like, those rooms are pretty awful for fighting a Moldorm. But this one quickly reveals itself as being especially awful.
And it looks like Elminster's about to get his hook shot as well.
Oh, this is really big.
Oh, there we go. Kroya grabbing his Mothyorm kill, or whatever we're gonna call it, from Skullwoods here, grabbing his crystal.
And also grabbing that big key. He hasn't found a progression item just yet. So hopefully that clues him in that there's still more to do here in Skullwoods. He's going right back in to check out this chest. Also in Skullwoods is the blue mail that all 4 players have now picked up and will be enjoying that increased defense.
And Elminster has found the Cane of Burna, which is my favorite item of the game.
Your favorite item is the Cane of Burna?
I like the blue cane. I think it's cute.
That's about all it is.
No practical reason. I just like it.
Because there is no practical reason for it to be anyone's favorite item. There's the edge case use of using slightly less magic than the cape. And being easy mode for the blind fight, if you don't mind losing a bunch of seconds to lag. Elminster turning in the mushroom, which some of our players have already done a long time ago.
And I think Mikans is now stuck. Not sure where to go. Has checked actually quite a bit. Might be thinking egging him with the tempered sword.
That would be a really big shame.
There's really no reason to go there because he knows that the mirror is not necessarily required. That's in the mirror is not necessarily required. That's in the lumberjack cave. So
yeah, he's going to catfish, and he's pretty close to Zora as well. Can't remember if he's been up there, but he is making lots and lots of progress. But like you said, McCann's the opposite situation here. There's a lot of places you can explore with this magic mirror.
Yeah, I think Kroya is going to be doing exactly what we did. Seeing that there's an item on the bumper cave, is trying to figure out exactly how to get up there. Knows that there is a way down because in NMG runs, you generally see everyone run down the mountain.
So he's, I think he was looking for the old man, perhaps. And I'm not sure if he ever found him.
No, it looks like he's got 2 hearts. But he will find the old man at least in here, so he can at least heal.
Oh, really? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he'll talk to you and he'll heal you, even though he's still in the mountain. So that might lead him to believe that he doesn't actually need to rescue the old man. But you'll notice, even in current randomizers, if you go up to Death Mountain, he will still always be there, even if you haven't rescued him yet. So yes, this is the exact cave that he needs to go down to get those boots. And Pika Pal's grabbing his fire rod is now done with blind. So the only one who has yet to go back would be Mikan.
Yeah, Pika Pals has he's got the blue mail, so he's been to Skullwoods, but was unable to complete it without the fire rod. And I'm pretty sure I saw him in Thieves Town. Had a couple deaths, was having trouble with the dungeon, so I guess he left and tried to find some things that would help him with the fight, like, oh, I don't know, blue mail, a couple extra hearts, a mirror shield. So feeling a lot better about things, he went back into Thieves Town, picked up that fire rod. Now he's going to go back to Skull Woods and finish that off. Elminster dives into Eastern Death Mountain with his hookshot. This is a wonderful place to put it to use, the hookshot cave. What's waiting here? Nothing. Okay, great. Second chest, also nothing. Perfect. Third chest, nothing. Gotta be something. Gotta be something. Nothing.
Oh, the hookshot cave of disappointment.
I'm pretty sure there's a single arrow waiting on the island. So nothing of use there. It's going to be dropping down to Spiral Cave. And Mikan's desperate for some place to go. Has fake flippered into Ice Palace. Going to be rewarded with Mirror Shield. But without the hammer, is not going to be able to finish the dungeon. I also don't know if he has Bombos as well. He must have, he got this far.
Yes. Yeah, he's got Bombos. He's at least got the hook shot, so can check pretty much most of the chests. The only thing that that Mikan actually can't check is Cold Stare.
Now, Mister's in a strange place here. Normally it's called the Mimic Cave, but it doesn't really have mimics in it. There's a Moldorm on the right, even though you can't tell by the glitch sprites, and then there's a Lionel, actually, instead of mimics. Though it's hard to tell by the way it looks, you'll have to tell just by the way it acted. Now, you might be thinking, Mimic Cave, can't you only get there from Turtle Rock? Well, with this two-way mirror, you were actually able to get into Turtle Rock from below as a sort of backdoor entrance. And yes, this is actually the required way to get into this dungeon to finish the game. The players are not going to be able to take the front door, so picking up on this back entrance here, Elminster's overcome one of the final barriers of this seed, and maybe doesn't even know it.
Yeah, that's a huge advantage for him. Absolutely. So it'll also depend on what he finds in here as well.
It turns out
so far seen, sorry, most bosses have not been what they are intended to be, so that may lead him to believe that he can defeat.
Okay, since the first one seems to be quiet now, I forgot
whatever
something.
Is there.
If you defeat a boss in a place that should normally contain something that's missing, you should probably re-enter that cave. You'll know who I mean.
Does not
You'll
have
know
the
when you get
cane
there.
yet, but he's kind of passed a lot of the places where it is required. But you do need it to get right to the boss, so that is going to be a sticking point for him. Unless he knows how to hover and is okay with hovering, that massive gap. Oh, another voice coming through stream. I think Kroya is streaming Discord audio. All the runners are in a really big Discord call. And I don't think they can speak, but they can hear. And so if Wizrobe needs to give hints to players, he will do it through there. So, maybe I'll switch to Elminster.
I love that. That was an audio version of a photo bomb. That is great. Oh my god, I love it. Okay.
I'm a little jealous I didn't get to hear what he said. Chat's all in on it, but oh well. Elminster completing the spiral cave, earning himself a heart container. Kreia going to be using this hookshot glitch. Can you line it up?
Oh. Almost got it.
Yeah, it's more a matter of pride. They're not a big time loss. Just gonna fall down over here. Pika Pals heading into the back half of Skull Woods with that fresh fire rod, and Mikan's box, unable to make progress in Ice Palace, is just floundering here.
Yeah, Mikan's really needs to go back to Thieves Town. But like I said, I genuinely don't believe that Mikan's knows that you can defeat that boss without it. So we found another one of our surprise bosses here, Elminster, picking up the heart container from the strange Handsman Mothula thing there.
Yep, and now he's wondering, how the heck do I get over there? There's no switch, and it turns out that the creature, whatever it is, has gobbled up all the sprites. Now, he is leaving, and this is to his detriment. This is bad. If he were to go back, he would discover that those chests are in fact obtainable.
Maybe he might go back up. Oh, looks like he might go back up.
And
there's a crystal switch. Looks at it for a second and goes, okay.
Finds the hammer, a super important progression item. Opens up so many things.
It's hammer time.
Absolutely. Mikan's box is picking up on Desert Palace here, is going to be making his way to the torches and finding no progress can be made here. Kreia checking out the basement of Tower of Hera. And Pika Pals is fighting for his life in the dark with some of these glitchy Moldorms. Still don't think he's found the old man, though it is just a 20 rupee reward. Whoa. Being very careful here on Death Mountain. Has successfully corralled the dead rocks into one corner and makes his way safely to the old man for that health refill. Elminster is checking out the dam area. I wonder if he's going to try to head into Swamp here.
Mikan's is heading towards Aghanim 1.
Elminster finding, oh, I don't actually have the flippers yet. No progress can be made here in Swamp. Yeah, Mikan's out of desperation, I think, is hoping that that mirror in the lumberjack area... Well, he doesn't even have the boots, so...
Well, yeah, he's gonna find out really quickly that this might not be the best bet for him.
I actually have no idea what is waiting in Aghanim's
I do. I do. This is exactly what's waiting in Aghanim's tower.
All right, then.
Yeah, walk back. Yeah, you got it. Nope. Keep going backwards. He's looking for the key. No, don't veer out. It's there. It's just
it is there.
Room. It's in a different room.
Well,
but
this is probably for the best.
Yeah. The problem is it's just a tease. It's literally just sitting on the ledge, but you can't actually bonk it off because you don't have the boots.
Oh boy. And I happen to know the whole Aghanim Tower is unnecessary to begin with, so the fact that it's been designed to have these barriers is going to be leading Mekons even further astray.
Yeah.
Pika-Pal's picking up the boots.
Yeah, Mekons, I think, is now going to start double-checking areas because they think that they missed something. Unfortunately, the only thing they missed is just going into and finishing Thebe.
Well, I'm really hoping that's on the list of things to double check. And maybe a more thorough exploration of possibilities there will reveal the way to Mekons, who is making their way over to Palace of Darkness, perhaps. I can't remember if it was Mekons, but someone has already been to Palace of Darkness along with Elminster, who is back there for his second time.
I believe that Mekons has already been there. We'll see right away if Kiki... Yeah, Kiki's not following, so it's definitely been Mekons. The door has been opened.
Elminster actually didn't even open the door. He mirrored right past it, was able to go directly inside. It's pretty common to mirror from the Dark World to the Light World, from Palace of Darkness to Eastern Palace. A little less common to mirror from Eastern Palace to the Dark World, but since that is possible in this seed, it actually is a pretty interesting shortcut.
I can say I've done it only once. So Mekons looks like gonna be heading over here. Might quickly realize that they don't have the bow. So the pause, they're thinking maybe it's not, maybe they're thinking that it's not mimics on the other side of the door.
Nope. Still mimics. Still a problem. Elminster navigating Palace of Darkness in the dark, using this hammer to deal with the turtles, finally finds the torch, which he's able to light with the fire rod, and that's going to make things a lot easier, even though he's actually already dealt with 4 of these 6 turtles.
So in chat there was a statement about the double-chested fairy. Now in this version of the randomizer, actually there was it's still the vanilla items that are there, so they have to throw the sword and the bow and arrow into the fairy fountain, and they'll get silver and gold sword, silver arrows. That is the only thing that is currently obtainable.
And Elminster had the hammer to deal with the turtles, normally also required for Helmasaur, but Helmasaur is looking a little different, and also the hammer not required to take him out, so a couple spins to the tail.
He's got claws for a face, though.
Yeah, it's not easy on the eyes.
Ooh.
Whatever it is. Kroya getting the Armos Moldorm into critical mode as Pika-Pal's also in a boss fight, deals with these 2 floating, gross, fuzzy little orbs. He gets a green pendant along with that useful bow.
We actually haven't seen what's at the pedestal, even though Elminster has all the... Sorry about the sirens. If you hear them, I apologize.
Just a little. They come in sometimes.
But yeah, we still haven't seen what's on the pedestal.
He's maybe on his way there right now. dashing across Hyrule and heading into Kakariko, but just for a little bit. Perhaps, maybe, no, dashing way down deep into Kakariko, wherever he's going. He's heading to Sick Kid. He got that bottle with blue potion from Turtle Rock, and that clued him into perhaps Sick Kid being a possibility, and rewarded with just a tiny little bit of love. And not even like that permanent, lasting, relationship that you get from a piece of heart or a heart container. It's this transient, regular old heart that can disappear from your life at the drop of a hat. Finding a second hammer in the hammer pegs. Great. Awesome. Perfect. Thanks for that.
Wow. Honey's gonna take the purple chest. Oh, thank goodness.
He is out. Kroya is also into Pals of Darkness. He's here without the lantern. I think he's got the bow. Or no, it was Pika Pals, I think, who got the bow.
We will find out very quickly.
No,
he's got the bow. Unfortunately, needs some shooting lessons there. Shooting the wrong way.
Turns out aiming 90 degrees away from your target is a very difficult way to make contact. Elminster is back in a dungeon he's already finished with his hammer. He is now able to check out that last pesky item waiting in Thieves' Town. And the way the items have progressed, this is the way things had to be. You had to come here and finish this dungeon to get the Fire Rod, to start the chain of progression that would lead you to the hammer that is required to actually open this chest. So this is by design, and by that token, Elminster is pretty sure that wait a minute, probably something in there.
Knowing the Wizrobe seeds, absolutely a good thing to check. Probably not going to need Bamos. And there's Cane of Samaria.
So if he decided to go back to Turtle Rock, I think he could now possibly finish that dungeon. Would not have a lantern and would not have an ice rod, but with the possibility of the boss not actually being Trinex, and also having proven that he knows how to navigate dungeons without the lantern, that is a possibility for him now.
Oh, wouldn't it be crazy if it was Trinex with like an ice and fire, or Trinex, Moldorm with like an ice and fire head?
There was like an ice Moldorm going around and a fire Moldorm going around, and
yeah,
you have to hit them in the tail with the rod magic.
Oh, poor Meekans. Still trying to figure out where to go. But Meekans went into, that was the boss room, wasn't it? In Desert Palace?
It looked like it. Wizzarobe gave him a bit of a hint when he said, "I'm totally stuck," in the race chat. The hint was try a dungeon. So maybe while we've been wrapped up with Elminster, who's been on the forefront of progress here, showing us all the new things waiting, but no, he definitely does not have a fire source.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I thought that he would need a fire source to get there, so maybe he went into a room that... Yeah, I'm not sure.
It must have been... What room was that?
Maybe... maybe it's the trap room. That's the top right corner of Desert. I've been in there before.
Right.
When I was first learning Randomizer, I went into many rooms that normal people don't see. Ooh, it looks like ether for Meyer.
Yeah, Elminster got that key to Sumari and is like, all right, sounds like a good idea to head into Misery Mire, and immediately finds, wait, can't really do anything here. He can, with the Fire Rod and Boots, explore the rest of Desert Palace.
So he's looking for flippers? I'm trying to think of what else.
He does not have Titan's Mitts. Does not have the lantern, though he seems to show that he doesn't need it.
Well, he doesn't need Titan's Mitts because he's got the double-way mirror. So he can actually bypass the entrance to Turtle Rock, he can bypass the entrance to Mire, and the entrance to Ice Palace.
Oh yeah, that's true. I thought he didn't know, didn't have all the information yet, that he in fact did not require the Titan's Mitts, but you're right, he absolutely does. So that's not what he's really looking for here in Desert Palace. He's finding a Moldarm instead of a series of obstacles to navigate. Goes right for the chest, says, I don't want anything to do with this thing. Is going to go back and fight it. Knows it's probably going to drop something. Even if it's a heart container, he wants to find it. I will say, after completing most of the seed, I got a lot better at fighting Moldarm.
So you noticed when they had Fighter Sword, though, it only took 2 hits to kill Moldarm. Now all of a sudden, it's taking quite a few hits more.
Yeah, I don't know if the Tempered Sword is a trap or what, but I obtained it fairly early. And while Sword Beams was nice, it was pretty sad not having that super powerful sword. Kroya backed into a corner here by Helmadorn, pulling out the cape, and with this increased magic usage, this is going to be easy peasy. Or decreased magic uses, perhaps.
It's a little bit harder to aim where your sword is, but oh yeah. At least not getting hit. You'll be able to easily kill the boss.
Pika Pal's having his own Moldarm trouble. There's some cannonballs, there's, I think, some Igors, and some kind of, like a pot, I guess, or like a drum, I don't know. Something else in there. Either way, that freaky looking eyeball tail thing is what you want to be slashing. Doing a good job of landing these hits. They're not spins, which would be doing a little more damage.
Ooh, and it's in super speed mode.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
And now not in super speed mode.
Weird.
What? That was a bit strange. And Meekans is back in Thieves Town.
This is big. So a big block of text here in chat, and I was like, oh, time to time someone out. I'm like, wait, it's Wizrobe. And he is providing some backstory. And then chat, picking up on a wall of text, says naturally the thing to do is to copy and paste it. So chat doing what it does as Elminster does what he does to land molas? Question mark? There's 3 of them.
Yeah, but he's doing damage to all of them by hitting one of them.
Yep. I don't know what the intention is there. I don't know what those are supposed to represent. Like maybe one worm that's like going in and out of the ground, and then the head is moving. I'm not sure, but whatever it is now, it's dead. Elminster rewarded with kind of nothing.
Oh, and Meekans has made it to the maiden in the dungeon. Can powder that fairy, but opted not to. Might just not know about it. Looks like we'll head over to at least open the door. Actually, it has an extra key, interestingly enough.
It's gonna look longingly at the chest. Make sure, yep, I can in fact not open that right now.
I'm actually really curious as to how come Mikans has an extra key?
Which door could you have skipped at this point?
I don't think there's any door that you could skip. I'm pretty sure that he doesn't need that extra key.
I wasn't paying attention to how the route they took through Thievestown to get past that spot that gave them trouble. I wonder if they found some kind of crazy back door or if they got up to some major glitch shenanigans. But either way, they're now in this blind fight. And we missed it, so that's on us. You're allowed to cheat as long as you don't get caught. That's how it works, right?
But yeah, he opened the room to the big chest, and he opened the room to get down the hallway. So that extra small key there on his bar, I'm thinking it might be a little bit of a glitch.
Could be. Certainly when you go messing around with the game's values and putting things where they don't belong, there can be some unintended consequences. Mikan's also having left Thievestown and going to other dungeons, picking up all kinds of keys there. Who knows how those memory values get used or reused, and perhaps some sort of glitch did happen. Elminster is going to be activating fake flippers here in all of the dungeons he's been and all the wonderful items he's collected. He has not added flippers to that list. So he is fake flippering over to Ice Palace, that otherwise he has all the items to complete.
And still we have no one who's checked the pedestal. Kroya and, Kroya, I believe, still has to go to Sahashala to grab his last pendant.
Yep, he has been to Hare, so he should have the blue pendant. And has defeated one of the Light World bosses. Pretty sure. If not, they'll probably finish Desert, and we'll get it here. So it will be a Sahasrara visit away from being able to check the pendant item, like Elminster, who hopefully has not forgotten that he's obtained all 3 pendants and that pedestal is ready and waiting.
Yeah, because he's had to fake flipper into here. So yeah, you've got to remember that the pedestal is something that's been open since almost the very beginning. Less than an hour into the game, pretty much, they had access to it. So it's something that probably has something of worth there. Considering how trolly the seed is, though it could have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but if you're designing a seed and you make the pendants obtainable in weird places, like, you're not gonna pass up the opportunity to put something on the pedestal, right?
Yeah, definitely not.
Well, Minster is not going to be bomb jumping here. Mikans, with that fire rod, is finally able to begin this chain of dungeon visits that all the other players have made progress on. So trying to land these hits in on Mothorm as Pikapals finishes off Helmadorm. I figured out the secret is you just start saying one thing and then finish with Dorm.
And Elminster heading to Coldorm.
That's right, you got it.
There you
Land
go.
Modorm, like it, easy peasy. Trying to grab the tail on the one that's moving around has not picked up on the fact that the tail is actually appearing on the other 2 spots. Thankfully, this sprite looks the exact same as the one in Eastern Palace, so you might have been able to pick up on the fact that the tail is actually that one single eye that appears every now and then in those other two glitchy spots, finally landing the hits he needs and finishing off the Land Madorm. Pika-Pow's saying hello to Sahasrara. Getting his red pendant. All 3 pendants for him now.
And looks like somebody's gotten the book.
Yep, the required reading here is waiting in Ice Palace. Elminster is the first to reach it. That might also steer him towards Pedestal just a little bit. Might put that back in his mind if he has forgotten. Doesn't need to be used to open up Desert, but there are some tablets.
Ooh, getting a miss there on the fire rod. So this is going to lead him to the mirror shield. We've already seen it once before. Pika-Pal seeing that small magic container there and decides, nope, it's just not for me.
The scheduled end time for this race is around 8:50 Eastern, so that's in about 3 hours. So we were a little late getting started, so maybe that'll go a little longer. But it will be about 3 hours when the next race starts, and hopefully some of our players will have finished by then. I'm sure they will have. We'll track our players through those next 3 hours, and then we'll move on. Wizzathon will continue. Chat curious to see what will happen. They've seen Moldorm versions of all the bosses so far.
Or Mothula.
Yep. It's an insect-focused seed.
Yeah, worms and moths. Oh boy.
Elminster having the King of Samaria. Probably one of the big reasons why he skipped the Ice Palace bomb jump. And is now heading down to what has got to be Cold Dorm. There's no way it's just a regular boss down here, right? Whoa, there's 2 of them. Ooh. One of them has a tail, the other doesn't. What do I do? Goes after the one with the tail.
Ooh. Bounces back, but looks like Cold Stares puffs. But I think they got a little bit moldy. I thought the freezer's supposed to keep things from going bad.
Oh man, moldy. That's good. That's double entendre there. Made him mad, made him all fast, but does land the last hit with 3 hearts left. Elminster holds on, and it's gonna get quarter magic.
Quarter magic.
But he's already kind of already had quarter magic almost. The magic consumption of the fire rod and bombos is you could use that quite a bit. So obtaining the quarter magic, does that mean like he's got like infinite magic now? Like this is, we'll have to see.
Quarter magic on the quarter magic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you multiply those denominators, you get 1/16 magic. That's how regular math works. We'll see what school of thought Wizrobe is subscribed to once Elminster perhaps starts using some of that magic. He has not been to Misery Mire because of that ether medallion requirement, but he could go to Turtle Rock if he wants, but first he's going to go to Spike Cave.
He's got quarter magic. Whatever.
Yeah, this should last forever.
Right?
Wait, what? Oh my god, it's already gone. Oh no, 5 hearts. What do I do? Blue potion, save me. 3, 2, 1. Potion. And he's going to be able to make it.
And as chat surmised, yes, quarter magic did very, very much half your magic, or quarter his magic. I believe it did more than that, it feels like.
Yeah, I don't know what it actually does. But
that was the fastest Cane of Burna magic burnout I've ever seen.
I cannot believe it happened there, of all places. Like, it could have been like, I used the fire rod to light a torch, and oh, hey, that was weird. But no, in the middle of Spike Cave is when he finds out. Thank goodness he went to Turtle Rock to get that blue potion, because otherwise he would have been toast. So he gets the flippers there in Spike Cave, by the way. We're getting pretty excited about this magic situation. But with the flippers, he is now able to do...
Oh, the bees!
Not the bees. Get out of here.
The bees.
You can't kill... No, those are not hearts. Ah!
Yeah.
So I did not hit the switch there, so I did not know.
I knew those were bees. I very, very much knew those were bees. But yeah, so basically, if Elminster had gone and done that first, the Spike Cave first, before fake flippering, he would have had the actual quarter magic for doing the Spike Cave. But because he fake flippered to get the flippers, he needed to use his actual magic.
That's right, actually getting punished for the sequence break there. I like that twist on things.
Yeah.
So he's now here in Swamp Palace. Flippers enabling access to this, as well as, like you said, Ice Palace and Zora for Bombos, which has not come into play yet, except for people who have been doing this sequence break adventure.
So, the question, are the flippers not in the real sequence? They absolutely are in the real sequence. Once they got the hammer, which I believe, where was that again? That was in East Death Mountain, if I recall correctly, which was after Hookshot. And Hookshot was something that was really very early accessible. So, so you can see actually right now, Kroya has not gotten the quarter magic, and he's able to get the flippers. So, it was not a sequence break required thing. Wow, Big Chest in freaking Swamp has another mirror.
Good stuff. That one is clearly not some kind of like clue as to like use. That one is clearly just there as a middle finger, basically.
Yep.
Peekapal struggling with Coldorm, is doing laps around the arena to avoid getting hit, is playing a very defensive, evasive game, and has not landed too many hits, is now going to be pulling out that cape if necessary. And that should pretty much secure the boss fight if that cape is barely running out.
Yep, absolutely. And one of the other important things to note is there's no ice dropping from the ceiling, thank God, while you're doing that fight.
Peekapals now has picked up the quarter magic curse. He doesn't know it yet, but his magic usage just changed drastically. And he's not going to be able to lean on that cape the way he has for some of these other boss fights. It's time to stand up on your own. Take the cape off.
No need for the invisibility cloak anymore.
Yep. He's growing up. I mean, a lot of superheroes do wear capes, but you're not one.
So it looks like Meekans can actually head up right now to Spike Cave as well, I think, once he grabs the mirror, which he hammer, which he should be getting any second. So I guess the only thing they're really looking for at the moment is the entry requirement for Turtle Rock and the entry requirement for Misery Mire. So Misery Mire, it's interesting to note Misery Mire was Ether. I do not know if it was something that was able to be changed back in this version, so we might see Quake as Turtle Rocks. And we have our first pedestal check, which is Ether, speaking of which.
There it is. The required Ether medallion has been waiting in the pedestal this whole time, and despite being the third person, I think, able to check it, Pigapals is the first to actually do so. And I think that the entrance to Turtle Rock is interestingly Bombos. That Kroya got a peek at it, I think. I mean, I know it is, but I think he got a peek at it. And the trouble we'll find later on is that the Titan's myths are hard to locate and are required to lift up that big rock and hammer the pegs down and get the portal. So Bombos to get into Turtle Rock actually not even a thing. It is that crazy backdoor mirror situation that Elminster stumbled upon rather quickly. That is the true entrance to Turtle Rock in this seed, and now with Ether obtained at the pedestal, we know how to get into Mire, and that is pretty much all the dungeons checked off between the knowledge that all the information that all four players have gathered here. Got a strange looking Argus fight on Elminster's screen.
Yeah, I can't even tell where that tail is.
It's pretty unclear. I had a lot of luck hitting him from the left side. Sword spins seem to work well, but I like this charging joust strat that Elminster has.
Gives a whole new meaning for chasing tail.
It's very, very new meaning. Very different meaning.
Gets another shovel? Isn't that the second shovel?
That is the second shovel. And neither shovel leads to anything good. So, not what you want to see from a boss drop. And it wasn't a big key like the whatever Mothula was. Mothorm.
Argdorm. I don't know. Argorm, there you go. So is this Elminster's first time checking the digging spot? I believe he had the shovel.
I would really like it if he went back a second time with a second shovel and was all right, this time, doing the shovel dash, showing it off, he's going to find 10 arrows.
10 arrows.
That's going to be a little confusing for him because he's found a progression of items to lead him from one place to the next. And suddenly, he gets the shovel from the boss of the dungeon, that his latest dungeon, and then the shovel leads to nothing. So, what is he thinking at this point?
Hopefully, he's thinking pedestal.
He's kind of heading that way.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Oh. I think, I think we're gonna see him check pedestal. Then I think this will put him into go mode.
Pretty much. He has seen Ether required for Mire. He's got all the items he needs to complete it. He's been to Turtle Rock, and he might be a little fuzzy about what exactly he can do in Turtle Rock with the items he has. But it is possible for him to complete it, whether or not he knows it. So he's picking up the ether medallion here, and normally you would just flute straight to Meyer, but they have not found the flute yet. So struggling a bit in his menu and realizing the best way to get there is going to be a save and quit. Ice Rod still hasn't been found, but remember that all the bosses have not quite been what they're supposed to be. Helmasaur King normally hammer required to fight him, but as long as you're able to slash a tail, you were okay there. Cold Stare didn't need to be broken out of his ice shell. And what other variations have we seen?
No puffs for Argus.
Yep, no hookshot required for Argus. Just a weird... I don't know what is required for Argus. Luck almost as the tail moves.
A good dash strat, yeah.
So it's kind of unclear whether or not Trinex is actually Ice Rod required or not. But you're right, that could be something he's thinking about and something that will kind of turn him off from going straight to Turtle Rock after he's done here with Misery Mire. This is also crystal number 6. The crystals are in their vanilla locations, so this will open up the double-chested fairy, and without there's not going to be any random items or anything there because of this older version. But if he wants to, he can go ahead and cash in his sword and arrows for the silver and gold versions of those. Having a pretty decent Mire 2 there. Very tricky room to get those Wizzrubs down, especially if you don't have sword beams and you don't want to resort to using your fire rod that now costs a lot of magic.
Yeah, especially when you gotta light the torches over here.
I definitely had to track down like 3 magic jars because of torches.
Taking out the cane of Burna there. I don't know if that's a good idea.
You can't really turn it off once you start it, can you?
No, you can.
You can? Okay.
I mean, it's gonna go so fast that he's not gonna be able to have any magic left anyway, so.
We'll see what he has in mind, or if perhaps it was just a miss menu. Kroya
So
now is into the Ice Palace.
Elminster did find Sankard here. And Mikens is catching up here with his dungeons. Now that he's found the secret to success.
Yeah, learning that little bit of knowledge about Thieves Town that cost him so much time. He is now able to use that to... Moldor moving very quickly right at the start of this fight here in the Armos room, and now kind of slowing down a little bit. I'm not sure what's going on with Moldorm's speed.
He's been doing a pretty good job of avoiding the damage, getting a lot of good hits in. Ooh, nice. Yeah, very well done. We also haven't seen any player check the tablets. I don't recall where Book was. Ice Palace or Swamp?
Which item?
Book.
Book is in Ice Palace. I was checking in with the chat in the race room as players who were feeling lost and stuck are communicating with each other, and we have had our first forfeit from Herbaceous Meteor. I somehow pronounced Herbaceous correctly, but not Meteor. Pika Pals, what was that, the red boomerang you picked up in the big chest? I never actually opened that. But he is in Turtle Rock. He's picked up on this backdoor mirror shenanigans. And you should be able to make decent progress here. Does he have the Cane of Smart? He does not, so he is not going to be able to finish this off.
No, but taking a dip into Turtle Rock, not a bad idea. Something Trolley might have been there. Mikans has found the boots. Has, I believe, the cape from the Arm Dorm. And we'll be heading up to grab it momentarily, I'm sure.
No glitches are required, except for having to look at the glitched sprites of various Moldorm abominations. You don't even need to go through any dark rooms without the lantern. No fake flippers. None of it required. Elminster in the basement of Mire. A lot easier to get that block placed in the right spot when you're able to see where you're going.
Absolutely. And I can't recall exactly where he picked up Lantern.
That is here in Mire, actually. This is the thing that tripped me up. I don't know dark rooms at all. I didn't want to go to Palace of Darkness or Mire without it, and looked pretty much everywhere else, and then decided, all right, I'm gonna have to go into one of the two. And I didn't know at the time whether or not the lantern would be required or not, and I did end up just asking Andy, who was further ahead than me at that point, which is understandable. He actually is good at the game. And I was like, which one is it? Which is it? And he's like, it's in Mire. Go to Mire. So it's in the big chest here in Mire. And with that trolley location there, you are able to navigate the basement without need of having to do it in the dark. So getting into this, our naming thing is going to fall apart here. Vitradorm doesn't really...
He looks like Cold Stare.
It looks more like
eyeballs. Come on. Where's my eyeball dorm?
Yeah, Wizzathon, buddy. You messed up. Straight up. You had a boss made of circular objects, and you pulled in the sprites from a different boss. I don't know. Either way, the less moldy, the fresher Moldorm here in this putrid swamp has been taken care of.
I mean, it looks all fluffy and stuff. Imagine like how much of that sewage it would absorb. That would be disgusting. Like, ugh.
It'd be like 100 times heavier than it normally would.
It'd be soggy dorm is more like it.
Soggy dorm. Leaving a wet trail everywhere it goes. And like, what if like a dog like it like shakes itself and like all this stuff goes everywhere? Oh, disgusting. Elminster is making his way to, I think, the pyramid. A little off in his mirror location. The lamp was in the big chest in Misery Mire. Pretty trolley location. Does manage to get straight into the double-chested fairy location. Elminster is showing his resourcefulness, aware of what the mirror is capable of, even though you're not normally able to use it in the light world. He is able to get through a lot of barriers in the dark world that you're normally not able to. So he goes ahead and upgrades his bow and arrow to the silver arrows, and is going to go ahead and throw in his tempered sword, and is going to receive a stick of butter. Yes, this is the seed, the fourth seed of Worms and Wonders. So the Wonders, is my interpretation of it anyway, is that this mirror also works in the light world. Opens up a ton of new possibilities. And the worms, well, those are the various incarnations of Moldorm that have replaced all of the major bosses and some of the places that the Moldorm really shouldn't be.
They haven't seen my favorite Moldorm, and I am sad.
Does it have anything to do with one of the maps they saw in the early game?
Absolutely.
Yep, no one wanted to pick that up. That's a shame.
I know. I went to go pick that up.
So where are these players going to go? Kroya, with his newfound book from Ice Palace, is thinking this has got to lead to something. Goes to Bombo's tablet, finds 300 rupees. Normally, not the worst thing to find. But on top of 9,500 or so rupees, really not necessary.
And the other thing is they don't have many bottles either. I think some of them have one.
If that. There's one bottle in Swamp and one in Turtle Rock. Elminster has gotten both. Kroya might have both. He's been to Turtle Rock. His is empty, so unless he's drank his blue potion, he does have both. Mikans, I think, has 0 at this point, and Pika-Pals is maybe about to pick up his first. We have seen the pedestal pull, and it was a required ether medallion. Mikan's finishing off the desert boss and getting nothing in return for it. Already has a green pendant.
And very nicely done by Elminster. He heads right into this last area. He needs to just find a single key, which he just picked up.
Yep, he might be wondering whether or not he actually needs this ice rod. But he is going to carry on, I think, as if it is not required.
And you'll notice that the lasers are on the opposite sides of the rooms that they normally are. Of course, needs the big key to get through the boss door.
There's actually 3 ways to get into Turtle Rock with this light world mirror. And one of them will take you to the big chest, one of them takes you to the room that normally leads you to the big chest, and the other takes you straight to the eye laser room, and that's the money spot. That's where you want to go. That's where the big key is, as well as this key that will let you get to the boss. So here it is. Here's Trinex, and I'm not seeing any reason to have an ice rod.
Wow, that face.
Face only a Mama Moldorm could love. There's some chain chomps. There's some some neon plaid nightmare sweater that Mama Moldorm got him for Christmas one year. Speaking of sweaters, a fancy new red tunic for Elminster from the boss.
So grabbing red mail. So we've seen magic be backwards. We've seen some potential sword malfunctions. Could red mail be just as bad?
We'll see. We'll see if this reverse upgrade pattern continues as Elminster, with his 7th crystal in hand, is on his way over to Ganon's tower. And this is as far as I personally got before the race actually just started. But I do have an idea of what is waiting here in Ganon's tower. There's a lot of boss refights in here, and as well as a Moldorm. Now, Moldorm in Tower of Hera was not a Moldorm. Moldorm's everywhere but where Moldorm is required. So what is going to be there in place of Moldorm 2? We'll have to wait and see.
I see we have our big key guesses going on in the chat. So we've got another bottle there. Oh, and another bottle. So that would... Yeah. Oh, and another bottle.
Fifth bottle, and I think that was silver arrows. I think the icon was different back then.
I have no idea.
It was a new bow made of real mahogany, and it's available now for 5 purchases, 5 easy payments of $59.99. But Elminster has obtained it for free here in Ganon's Tower. Functions exactly the same as a regular bow, but has a nice, rich smell to it. Also getting the flute. What else? What else wonderful is being locked up here in Ganon's Tower?
Probably a big key.
Hopefully, yes. Hopefully somewhere in here is a big key.
So it looks like Kroya is also in Turtle Rock here. Might just opt to... He's getting shot in the behind here.
Nice turnaround blocks there from Kroya, but the beetle is going to knock him off. Elminster checking out some of these other key locations. I think there's always a Moldorm there, a mini Moldorm, but now I'm starting to wonder if Moldorms are in places where they're not supposed to be.
Yes, there's always a mini Moldorm there.
I think that switch has been moved from the top left to the lower left. Elminster did a pretty good job of finding it quickly, though, but that's a bit of panic mode when you step on there and uh-oh.
Pika Pals is now in the Argorm fight. Argorm fight?
Argorm.
I don't even... Argorm.
Argorm. Whatever it is, he's making progress. Not a very threatening boss.
It doesn't really move.
No, it doesn't really do much of anything but hope that you run into it. And so if you're patient, you won't get hit, and he's helpless. So Pika Pals is patient, picking his shots, and has a pretty good kill there. Elminster gonna find an actual boss where it's supposed to be, just regular old Ice Armos waiting here in Ganon's Tower. And the silver arrows. It was in fact silver arrow. Wait, he already had those from the factory.
Yes. Yes.
Finding the ice rod. Okay. Great map.
And the burrito.
Kroya with another death.
Yeah. Taking a little nap on the mountain.
Right side Ganon Tower has a pair of small shields. I think the players were actually given a small shield along with the sword at the start.
If not, they did find one really early. So I did see them pick up the... Oh! We got bunny beamed.
Yep, having a bit of trouble in the tile room. I've yet to see a seed where the tiles make a different picture after they come off the ground. I mean, you can't really... It's what, 6 by 5 pixels? 6 by 6. So it's not a lot of room to work with, but I would like to see something clever emerge from one of these tile rooms. Just a regular old skull and crossbones and the small key.
We have also seen our second forfeit in the tournament, I guess in the match.
Looks like someone also had trouble with that switch that is despawned on Death Mountain after you beat the boss. The thing hogging up all the sprites is gone and reveals that there was a switch there the whole time. Elminster almost missed it, but did go back and find it, and it looks like at least one other player missed it and did not go back. But big key now in hand for Elminster. He's going to be heading up the middle to climb the rest of Ganon's tower. Mikans is in Swamp. He's going to find a bottle. And not much else. He's going to get a shovel from Aragdorm. And then it's going to be a little lost, perhaps, as where to go next.
Yeah, without seeing their inventory, I'm not particularly sure where they have not gone yet. But they have done Swamp. I think Mikan's also been in Ice Palace, but I don't believe that Mikan's finished it. Ooh, Pika Pals, unfortunately taking a death there. But yeah, I don't believe they finished Ice Palace.
So Kroya is finding this weird area of Turtle Rock. I was saying there was multiple entrances to the back of Turtle Rock once you have this two-way mirror, and the one that takes you to the 4 chests with the backwards lasers, that is where you want to go, because your progress the other way is greatly limited by this switch wall with no switch to bring the pegs down. And looks like he's actually found a switch here in Mimic Cave that he's hoping will do something for him. I honestly don't know. So Elminster's been making his way through the gauntlet into a Lanmolas fight, and it's actually Lanmolas.
But in weird floor layouts.
Yep. Burrowing straight through stone floor or whatever it is. So Kroya finds a switch and hits it. Gonna be heading back. Pika Pals finally finishes off this desert boss, Lanmodorn. Gets a 50 bomb upgrade. And nothing else, because he's already got that green pendant.
Yeah, that was the biggest, I guess the strangest thing was seeing the 3 green pendants right off the bat, the first time you mirror.
Yeah, it's really weird to interpret what that might mean. Is it the same pendant available in 3 locations, which is actually the case, or is it 3 copies of a green pendant, or 2 of them fake? Who knows? But all you can really do is head into some of those dungeons, defeat the bosses, and find out for yourself, as Pika Pals has just done.
So it looks like Kroya heading all the way back to the beginning here of the dungeon.
Sadly, almost none of this is required. We saw Elminster take that other door straight to the eye laser room, get the small key and the big key, and just go straight to the boss.
And here
this is that's not right. That's not what's supposed to be there. Oh my god. It is Helmadorm.
That's got some googly eyes on the front of it. Oh my gosh.
That
face.
This is King Helmadorm. And he does have a mask, by the way. And Elminster, showing some game knowledge. The hammer is how most people fight this boss. But you know what? You can probably tell. Pretty hard to get in front of this boss and hit him with the hammer because of the recoil, very likely to fall off. So actually using bombs instead, which is part of the vanilla game, you are able to blow off the mask with bombs.
Oh, there's there's the face.
Oh sideways my God. Silver arrow. Wonderful Helmadorm King fight from Elminster, possibly the true final boss. That mess is now exploded, and he is able to move on.
But we are not going to see what is in the validation chest.
Not from Elminster, anyway.
Elminster, how could you do this to us?
I don't know if he knows he's on stream, and he's gonna have something to answer for.
This insane. Oh, there we go. Goodness gracious, Kroya. I don't even know. There we go. Gets himself a heart.
I don't know where he is. I don't.
It's a trap room.
Okay.
Still not my favorite one. The one that we missed.
Yep. But that is pretty good. Elminster finishing up Aga 2. And Kroya is wondering, what am I doing here in Turtle Rock?
Maybe he doesn't realize that there is another entrance. He's probably, at this point, he's got to find himself a big key. That quarter magic.
Yeah, and this time it's not quarter magic used, it's quarter magic total.
All right, here we go into the Ganon fight. Vanilla Ganon.
Yep, I'm sure you guys were wondering what the final boss of this parade of trolley bosses was going to be, what was waiting at the end of this seed. I was super excited for some crazy monster, a Moldorm teleporting around the room and summoning fire bats, but it's actually just regular old Ganon, and actually turns out to still be quite a threat. It is going to connect. Elminster down to 1, though he is past the scary stuff now.
I think, well, he does have some empty bottles. Unfortunately, empty doesn't do much good for him.
Yep, he can store his tears in them, perhaps. Silvers are going to make this a lot easier to deal with. Look at how fast he's dealing with this. Only able to get 1 shot per each. Oh, wow, there's another one. And that
nice.
He did get it. Wow, fantastic.
GG.
Incredible Ganon fight and finish from Elminster. He is our first place finisher with the time of 2:13:02, and I know there are some people who are stuck, just, you know, they maybe don't even know about the mirror yet, and it's got to be a little frustrating for them to see Elminster cruise across the finish line so quickly.
Yeah, congratulations to Elminster. That was actually extremely fast.
I don't know if all the players who are racing have to go in totally blind, having never seen it before or anything like that. The races are open to all players, I think, so it's possible that he had some knowledge ahead of time. He figured out that mirror thing really quick. The back entrance to Turtle Rock as well. But I don't know. It's totally possible, I think, that this was a blind playthrough for Elminster. Either way, that is an amazing time that he has posted.
Absolutely. He made great progress throughout the whole seed. Always told everyone about the mirror at the beginning.
That's why I wanted to listen into his briefing. I was wondering if he was going to tell people about that or not.
So Kroya going and finishing his Tridorm fight.
Earns his red mail. I don't know actually how the red mail functions. Actually, wait, no. Elminster took 2 damage from a fire bat, so it is a legit red mail.
Yeah, it seems like it's not backwards. At least for that.
I like that you get stuck in Turtle Rock after the crystal. So thinking perhaps of hammering the pegs to open up the Dark World portal, but not necessary when you're able to mirror from the Light World.
I think he still has 1 crystal he needs to do.
Mm-hmm. He has more to do before he can go into Ganon's Tower. I'm pretty sure it's Misery Mire. Has he been to the pedestal yet?
I don't believe he has. I think that's probably why he was going through Turtle Rock so long.
Save and quits, grabs some hearts, and then saves and quits again. Did not like the location. Is going to Death Mountain.
Ooh, there we go. And we got Pika Pals finding their Cane of Samaria.
A very tricky location. Mikan showing off a switch not a lot of people bother to deal with when they're in Ice Palace. That is the intended way to bring down these pegs and push this block down.
So Mikan's about to unfortunately find his quarter magic at the at the Coldorm fight.
Just has a little ways to go to make their way there. Kroya using that book on the Ether tablet. I think it's also just rupees. And Pika Pal's heading into Mire. We can restream someone instead of Elminster.
And the Master Sword sleeps again forever. I think you mean the Ether Medallion. That is inaccurate.
What silly name does it have for it when the Ether Medallion's in there?
I have no idea.
The Harry Potter coin sleeps forever, you know, something.
Yeah, see, that makes sense. Oh. Unfortunately, the Fire Rod will not save you now, Mikan. You need, there you go, some hits. Only a few more hits left. If he's got sword swings, then ooh, he's doing a very nice job of dodging though. Ooh, it looks like, oh, I thought it was gonna get faster, but I was wrong. Almost, I think only... Wow, this poor Mikan is doing a ton of damage, but it's taking so long with this Tempered Sword. And picks up his quarter magic.
I can't quite remember what the bat says when he gives you the half magic, but I feel like it's like a Paper Mario 1000-Year Door situation, where he's like, aha, I curse you, with this helpful ability. But it is absolutely a curse. in this version of the game.
And here we go with Soggy Dorm again. And Pika Pals.
Croya going to check the pedestal. Oh, the book! What? No, no information. Dang. All right, I'm gonna check it anyway. Thank goodness.
Unfortunately, this is an older version, so we do not have the ability to add the text to the pedestal at that time. Elminster, congratulations!
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
How did you? Yeah. How did you enjoy the seed?
That was pretty fun. The two-way mirror thing is like really, it's really unique. Like there's just like a lot of stuff that you can do with it that you can't do normally that you have to kind of keep in mind. It took me forever to figure out the solution to Turtle Rock. Like way longer than it should have.
Yeah, it's really tricky. You figure like, oh, I can get down to this ledge, and oh, I can get into Turtle Rock this way, and then but I can't really get anything done from here, so you have to find the other entrance to Turtle Rock.
I didn't know that you could like get down to that ledge, so like I was looking for Titans, but for the longest time, holding out for it, thinking that was the only way I was going to get in.
Oh, that was a shame. When you got in there so early, I was like, oh, that's a huge barrier that he's cleared. That's awesome. hadn't quite figured it out yet. Dang. You haven't mentioned anything about any worms at all.
I think I've seen so many of them, they're basically normal at this point.
What is your what was your thoughts when you first saw the one in Hyrule Castle?
I was like, oh no. Well, the first thing I noticed about this was that my sword was insta-killing the green guards when it should have two-hit them.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was insta-killing the blue ones. So then I realized, there's something weird. I don't know what to expect with the damage values and stuff. And then when I went back up with Zelda, I slashed the first Moldorm once to see if it would die, and it didn't die. And I went to the throne room, and I couldn't get through, and I was like, oh, I guess you have to kill it. And then I was like, oh, I guess like my sword does gold sword damage?
I think that might be correct.
Yes, that is correct.
It was
Spider
really
sword
weird.
Does the highest amount of damage.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you downgraded when you picked up the tempered sword.
See, the downgrades. I went and got tempered right away because I wanted it for the better range and like to make sure I could get the tablets and stuff like that. And what really got me, I appreciate this in hindsight, but I was kind of mad when it happened, was the quarter magic downgrade. And so I kind of realized that, hey, my magic's going down really slowly. You actually pretty much have quarter magic from the get-go. It just doesn't say that it's quarter magic. So then I was like, well, I probably shouldn't go to the bat then, because I had a feeling that whatever magic upgrade it was going to give me was going to work in reverse. And then I don't know. I don't remember if I ever went there, but Cold Stare got me, and I went to Spike Cave right after because I sequence broke rather. I did fake flippers to ice early, so I wasn't sure what to do.
Yeah, it was a bit of a punishment.
Was beautiful, actually. What a place to find out that your quarter magic was anything but. If you had not been to Turtle Rock early, you would not have had that blue potion, and that would have been a much different outcome.
Oh, that's true. I felt like the venture into Turtle Rock was like specifically to get you whatever Sick Kid had, which I don't remember what it was.
It's just a heart.
It was
just
a heart.
Regular old heart.
Oh, so that was another thing.
Yeah, I remember thinking that must have been what you had thought, because you got in there early, and then the only thing you found was bottle, and you beelined straight for Sick Kid.
I was actually thinking I screwed myself by using the Poke Key to get to the Vanilla Big Key location. Because I went upstairs and I was just like, well, I sure wish I had a key to open this door. And, yeah, but I guess... But, like, I knew I wasn't soft locked because it said no soft locks. And I'm sure Wizard would have mentioned something like that.
So you knew there had to be another way.
Yeah, just didn't know what it was for a while.
You had those 3 pendants burning a hole in your pocket for quite a while.
Yeah, so like the last 2 seeds I've been like, oh, okay, well, this is old randomizer and the swords aren't randomized. So I didn't bother going to pedestal for a long time. And I was just like, oh, screw it, maybe there's flippers there, and it was ether.
Yeah. That's actually, the Master Sword is not in this game at all.
The Master Sword is not. I got a sword upgrade from a boss. Was that also tempered?
It was also tempered, yes.
So I don't. If you look at that sprite, actually, like if you're just standing on the item and you pick it up immediately, it just looks like a tempered sword. But when it's sitting on the ground, it's a tempered sword that's offset to the left, and then joining it on the right is a gold shovel.
Oh,
and it was really bizarre when I saw it. I was like, well, okay, I'll pick it up, I guess. And he's like, it's a tempered sword. And I'm like, okay. Really freaked me out. I wish we get to see it from someone else.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it because I was right underneath it when I picked it up. But I noticed a lot of the sprites were like chopped off in this.
Yeah, half bombs and things lying around. And of course, the boss sprites were all a little different. I really liked how clever you were with using the new two-way mirror. You got into a couple Dark World locations by mirroring straight inside. You got into the double-chested fairy without the bomb. You got into House of Darkness without using Kiki. I think that was extremely clever to come up with that stuff on the fly.
I've known, I've seen that stuff in like in glitch categories, I guess. And it's like, it's basically it's sort of the same thing as like the little really small time saver when you're getting the tempered sword, when you like when you're in the Dark World and you go like almost all the way inside the doorway to mirror so that you can get in the Smith's house without actually opening the door. It saves like a second.
Yeah.
But it's like the same concept, and it's like you don't usually see that because you're not supposed to have a mirror that works from light to dark.
Well, still, the application of it, very creative. So I think we're gonna let you go. Best time so far. Still no other finishes from these other players. What did you get from Wizzarobe in terms of information at the start of the race?
I'm trying to remember. The two-way mirror, and I can't remember what else.
But the nature of the mirror was at least revealed. Because when I did this, I didn't know about the mirror, so...
Oh, yeah.
Sakura as well. So, yeah, we spent a lot of time very confused.
Yep. Well, mine was also broken. So
that would do it too.
I actually tried using it. Someone was like, "Oh, use the mirror." I said, "Oh, okay." So I did. It didn't work.
Actually, I was curious, but I didn't want to test this myself. Is it possible to use this mirror in locations like Zora's River and the Master Sword Grove?
Oh, good question.
I don't know.
I was afraid that it would work and then like try to load a map that wasn't there and crash the game or something.
Out of bounds, exploration glitch. Oh no.
It probably would just do the same thing that it does in caves, I would think. Where it just goes ha 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 ha, or whatever the mirror noise is.
No, yeah, that's exactly what it. Yep, nailed it.
This was supposed to be like this isn't being cut off until like a couple hours from now, right?
Mm-hmm.
The cutoff for this seed is in a couple hours still.
That is so, about 2 hours.
Okay, wow. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, that's how far ahead of the curve you were.
And yeah, and there's people in Turtle Rock and Ganon's Tower as well, so there's a lot of people who are making really quick work of this seed. You did a really, really good job though. Very clever thinking. Were you trying to think of the trolliest things that were possible? Is that what kind of guided you?
Not really. I was kind of going wherever my mind told me I could go. One thing I was kicking myself for was as soon as I jumped the ledge going into the Death Mountain Ascent Cave, I realized that I should have mirrored on the outside to check what Bumper Cave was in case I wanted to mirror from the Light World to get it without the cape. And it turned out to be boots, so that set me back for a while.
Yeah, that's a big find. For a long time, well, first of all, there's 2 capes, so I thought the cape in the library was the only one.
I forgot about that
one. and I didn't know about the how you can get to that ledge on the Light World and mirror to it. So I saw the boots that you needed the cape to get and the cape that you needed the boots to get, and I thought it was just like a trolley way of locking both items up. And then it turned out both were obtainable in very roundabout ways. So any final thoughts before we let you go here, Elminster?
What happened with my credits?
Yeah, the credits, we cut your stream, I think, before that was on stream, but the credits are a little wrong. And that's just a byproduct of whatever Wizrobe did to the ROM, unfortunately.
Yeah, I see. Well, I have a sweet in-game time of 0.12 seconds.
Wow, that's really fast. Congratulations.
It's very impressive.
Yeah, the in-game time is it's a little off. It's not quite the same as real time. So we do use real time in these situations, but still very, very impressive. In-game time, should be proud of that.
Thanks. All right.
You've been doing a lot of these Wizzathon races, right? I think you were in the last one.
I've done all of them so far, and I plan on doing all the rest of them.
Oh my goodness! How are you doing on sleep, sir?
I came prepared. Let's just say that.
All right. Well, you got about 2 hours until the next one, so if you're looking for a bit of shut-eye, then we will let you go now. Congratulations once again, and have fun out there. So that was our winner, Elminster. We got a bunch of people here in Ganon's Tower. Pika Pal's pulling out the bombs. He knows about the bomb strats.
No,
Still gets
tail swiped.
Oh man, this is. Oh, and there's some. There's something down here. I didn't quite see how
it's definitely a Moldorm.
All right, there he is. If you were wondering where he went, the Helmadorm King just supplanted him, usurped the throne. The true king is here. Pika-Pal's actually getting right in front of him before pulling out the bomb and thinking better of being in front of him. Here comes the tail swipe. You're never really too concerned about how far to the side the tail goes. Normally you're in front of him and you're only worried about that. But look at all the space that tail covers. That is really hard to deal with.
Oh, there we go. Just gotta get a hit in here. Oh no! Another tail
about
swing.
That?
Oh no! If you would have just shot him in the face with an arrow, he would have been fine.
Yeah, we saw Minster get pretty aggressive as soon as the mask came off. Went right in there with the silver arrow.
Yep.
It's a pretty small hitbox to hit with the silver arrow. It's normally like green gem right on his forehead. But clearly that's not a visual cue you can rely on here. So pretty tricky, I think, to land that arrow. Elminster nailed it first try. We'll see if Pika-Pals can get it. Swerve into the gauntlet now, dealing with this sort of like a horse head amalgamation to form a Mothula.
Oh my
tail,
gosh!
Tail,
no,
tail,
not
geez. Going from the side with this tempered sword.
Oh, nice! 2 hits. Whew! My gosh!
There's a switch there on his tail. His tailbone is a crystal switch, and I guess it's gone now. And Titan's Mitts waiting in the validation.
Validation. So as we said earlier, Titan's Mitts definitely not needed to beat this.
Yep.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Almost a 1 cycle. And Pika-Pals in the Aghanim 2 fight here. They never got a chance to see Aghanim 1 because it's technically not possible to get it to it.
Only landing 1 shot of a possible 3 there. It is really hard to get extra shots in, especially with some of the locations that they give you. Pika-Pal's getting a double there. So the clones are getting pretty decent. Yep, 1 more. Does get it. Giving him the hook shot.
Boy. I don't know why I find that funny.
We've had a couple commentators who were finding nothing at all quite hilarious.
No, I made a joke inside my head. I just didn't say it out loud. That's why I found it funny.
I won't press it any further. We got Swerve is making his way through Ganon's tower, picking up keys left and right, as well as another small shield. As Pika-Pals gets into the Ganon fight proper, where he's got the tempered sword and red mail.
He's gonna need 12. Yeah. 12 hits here. And then another 12 hits next phase.
I didn't catch if he picked up these silver arrows in Ganon's tower. I bet he probably did. They're in a very easy to check location on the left side of the tower.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Swerve begins his final boss fight here against Helmadorm King. He is trying to use the hammer, not pulling out the bombs. This is going to be a tough fight.
Ooh,
Here
tail.
comes the tail.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Trying to do this from the front. This is pretty bold. Having the sword out, I think, is preventing him from falling. Normally people keep the sword out in this wall.
No.
Yeah, just pushes him straight off. Sword not going to protect you from that.
A Wizro Moldorm.
Oh,
thing.
it's a Wizdorm. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's horrifying. Oh, and there's like one regular Wizrobe in there with like the fortune teller's face instead of a skull face. He shows up every time you land a hit. See him there on the left? can't stop looking at it.
Oh, and Pika Pal's doing the
he
final
finishes
blow
Ganon,
on
whatever.
Ganon.
There's Wizzrobes going nuts on the top right corner of the screen. All right, Pika Pal's finishing in second place with a 2:39.44. Very, very solid time.
I am really concerned about Swerve's health. Oh, please at least drop a heart. Nope. Literally rewarded with nothing.
It's been giving out so many Sank hearts that would have been the most beautiful of Sank art locations, but he still has his blue potion from Turtle Rock, so he's got the refill. He's full up, ready to jump in there. And he's going with bomb strats.
Alright, so here we go. We got one hit with the bomb, I think. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh, we got two people on the fight here right now.
Yeah, the advantage of the hammer strat is you can keep your sword held out, and that will prevent you from falling if you get knocked near the sides.
Like, look at how far off the edge. Like, how are you supposed to hit that?
You cannot.
Nice.
From behind! Arrow straight up the wazoo, finishing off the Helmadorm King from behind. And Kroya falls his first time dealing with this monstrosity, also finding the Wizrobe mess at the bottom. He's going to go ahead and take that out.
Hoping for some sort of item. Unfortunately, going to be sadly disappointed. He got trolled, no doubt, by the Wizrobe Moldorm. Who would have guessed?
A Trolldorm to the last. Swerve is now into this Aghanim 2 fight, using the sword spin to get a more accurate deflection. Getting a lot of doubles here. Needs one more, I think. Kroya switch to hammer strats here. Gets punished. I really don't like the hammer strats here. You're so vulnerable down at Helmsword King's head. This right side seems to be where it's at. It seems to favor the left side. It's pretty easy to get knocked off that way, but this right side, you seem to have more space.
Ooh.
Just kidding.
Commentator's curse.
Bombs are, I think, a little off. Normally you're not throwing them from the side like this.
It's got a few that have hit for sure. Oh, there we go. I think he now needs to get that silver hit in.
Going with Cape instead, I like it.
Very nicely done. And Swerve is in the Ganon fight here. Nice dash. A very nice safe area here to get those swings actually do double the damage on him. So instead of needing 12 hits, he actually only needs 6 swings.
Getting one fire bat here, but is going to be able to land the hits to prevent any more. Once one of those things gets out there, it can be pretty hard to keep landing hits on Ganon quickly to stop more from coming out. But he's got a hold of that now. Going to the 4th phase. Pretty sure he's got those silver arrows. He does. It's looking pretty good.
And, oh, I think that might have been a triple for Kroya on Aghanim too. Very nicely done. I think it was a 1-3-2. I could be wrong.
So we're going for a double there, but Ganon just touched the wall, so it's not going to count. Gets his 4th hit on Ganon and types the dot done with a 2:44.28, just as Kroya comes crashing in through the pyramid roof here.
Very nicely done for Swerve.
Both Pika Pals and Swerve complimenting Elminster. on his very quick time. Go ahead and try to find someone to replace Swerb.
So again, Kroya needs to land 12 hits or 6 sword swings on Ganon in order to progress him to the next phase. So we have, you're now getting a chance to see the nice broken credits. So we'll get to see when Kroya gets the next phase. Probably go in for a swing, use the arrow, unfortunately missed, so now not going to get torch glitch. And with, I think he might have used his blue potion, so he's gonna have to be really careful here. So he needs 2 more hits with the silver arrows. 1 more hit. Oh, he should have enough magic, hopefully. There we go. Perfect. And 1 more hit with the silver arrows. And GG. Kroya also finishing up Ganon. Finishes with a 5th place time of 2 hours, 46 minutes, 44 seconds. Looks like I Am the Schwartz has also finished with a 4th place time of 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 12 seconds as well. So you have quite a few people who are finishing up here, doing very, very, very well. Considering I think that we had laid out, what was it, 4 hours for this? People are doing very, very well. So it looks like we have Orphis on the screen now. Orphis also in Ganon's tower. Gonna be looking for that big key, which we know is on right side. And Exuno on the bottom left corner here. Currently outside the library. Cute little picture and layout there. And in Miserimar, where Mikans is right now, there's Sankheart, and I believe the second item was... Actually, I've forgotten what the second item was. So I know that we're trying to slowly replace the ones that have already completed the race, looking for people at the moment. So I'm not exactly sure how far Exuno is. Hopefully they use their menu fairly soon, so we can take a look and see how many crystals they have, what items they're missing. Oh, it was lamp. Thank you, Samurai. Yes, it was lamp. And we've got bombs and arrows in these chests again in his tower here. So not what he's looking for. He's looking for that big key, and that is going to be in the last chest on the right side. So most players are going to opt to go left. Personally, if I had played this seed, I would have grabbed the 2 keys on the right-hand side or on the left-hand side and then immediately gone right. Because that is the trolley thing to do. Looks like we also have someone else who's in G Tower at the moment. Is that probably going to say the name wrong, so I apologize in advance. Mally, sorry about that. Who is working on the... I don't even know what to call this thing. Like robotic-looking eyes as well. It looks more like robot than mold arm. Kind of like a mixture.
There's like a statue in the middle, a switch on the tail. Yeah, there's something going on in the face.
Yeah, until the mask breaks off. Ooh, that was close. Goodness gracious.
A clutch finish from what I'm gonna say is Mally. But could very well be Mal, finding the Titan's Mitts in the validation chest. Exuno takes a death!
Oh no!
Pretty sure he was deep into Misery Mire. Nope, Pals of Darkness.
Yeah.
Still all discombobulated after rounding up our new participants.
For a second, Mal kind of got pinned there by the bumper.
Three and a half hearts. It's possible to take some hits here in Aghanim 2. If you mistime your spin a little bit, or you get a little aggressive trying to, like right there, trying to land some hits that are very difficult and leaving yourself open to taking another hit. So down to 2.5.
Yeah, and the health doesn't refill before you go into the Ganon fight, I think is the more worrisome part of this whole situation. So hopefully he's got himself some more potions.
Yet, like Swerb, we're not sure what the bottle situation is. He still had his blue potion from Turtle Rock. Lots of bottles available in Ganon's Tower, so the players, if they need to, can go visit the potion shop to really top themselves off before this Ganon fight. Lord knows they have the money to pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, they can always go activate that flute. If they want to just flute there.
Yeah, at a certain point it might be faster if you end up having to make more than one trip, I guess. But with silver arrows and red mail, that's a pretty nihilistic outlook. Dropping straight into the fight with the 1.5 hearts.
I see he's got some fairies in his bag of tricks there.
Oh yeah, you've got the fairy fountain here in Ganon's Tower after you've obtained a bunch of those bottles. And the bug net as well, so nice smart play there. You'll notice Mally has half magic, which I think actually is half magic in this case.
Yeah, it seems like it. I'm very curious as to where he picked that up, because I don't remember seeing it.
It's somewhere in Ganon's Tower.
Must have been a chest that somebody did not check.
Getting the torch glitch Oh, didn't quite get that hit there. Not going to be able to get more than a single. Oh, does get a double.
Oh, he does get the double. Nice.
Unable to get all the way across the room to Ganon. But this should be it right here. Nice. The 1.5 heart finish.
And he finishes with a 6th place time of 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 17 seconds. Very, very well done. So it seems like quite a few of the runners have gotten to Ganon's Tower already. I don't know how many there are to begin with. Actually, is there a command for that in the SRL?
You can do .entrance to see all the names of the people. So still racing are Exuno, Fiane, Orphis, and after that we just have forfeits. And Mikan, of course. So let me get our fourth and last remaining competitor up on screen.
Yeah, and if you guys haven't, make sure you give these runners a follow. They're doing an excellent job with the, the torture that they've been given here. So I think they deserve us to show some love here. And of course, if you haven't gotten enough of the randomizer, make sure you give Speed Gaming and Speed Gaming 2 a follow. Can't miss out on any of that action. Wizzathon, you like torturing people, come on.
I thought you described seed number 4 as the one that is the most fun.
It is.
We like to poke fun and exaggerate a little sometimes, but at the end of the day, these seeds really are a fun puzzle. There's the half magic waiting in the room with the circles of pegs just before the Helmasaur King.
So it looks like we're gonna see another oh boy. Oh boy.
Going with the hammer. This is totally fine because you can keep the sword out to keep yourself from falling. The problem is when Helmasaur decides to charge forwards, you have nothing to do but fall.
Yeah.
And charge forward he will. It's one of the few things Helmasaur does. He's got the fireballs, and those can also be a problem if you're right in front of him. He's got the tail, and then he's got the charge.
Wow, that he was just going for him. Goodness. That was some excellent dodging. And Orphis very quickly realizing, nope, unfortunately not going to be giving him what he wants. Wonder if anyone's tried hitting that crystal switch on his tail, if it does anything. I also wonder if Orphis knows that you can bomb his face.
Not everyone knows that, or if they do, it's not the first thing that comes to mind when they see a Helmasaur King.
Oh, well, I guess that answers that question.
Looks like he's going to try and plant him right on his face. There you go. Have some of that.
Oh, goodness gracious. Almost getting hit off the edge again. Oh, and looks like he is taking out the hammer again. I think he's thinking that his bombs aren't doing enough damage. Oh, get out the way. Oh! Oh my god. There we go. Get 2 hits in, or oh, I guess just 1. Nice.
Hookshotting across to claim his prize of the Titan's Mitts. Orphis is pretty shortly gonna be completing the seed. Certainly, Aghanim and Ganon have their difficulties, but after dealing with that horrible Helmsor King, I believe the hardest stuff is behind him.
Ooh, getting a terrible pattern.
He's not prepared for it. Yeah, that's very impossible to land the triple there, but this one's looking pretty good. Oh, hard to get that sword back up in time.
Yeah, sometimes the timing on that can just be awful. Ooh, this one's looking good though. There we go. There's the triple.
Very quickly finishing things off on the 4th round there. Fayin digging out a fairy or 2 there from some pokies and the powder as well. So all the way up to full health now. Trying to use the Cane of Samaria to trigger this switch. Realizes with this magic situation, probably not going to be the thing to do. Opting for bombs instead.
Yeah, bombs instead of arrows.
Begins getting cornered by fluffy vitreous Moldorm. Holdormius. Opting to pull out the cape here at low health, but cape running out pretty quickly. Does land the final hit.
Oh, nice.
Xeno finding the second hammer and showing some frustration.
No. Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to see Xeno's menu, so I don't know how many crystals they have.
So Xeno just straight up typing in chat. He's looking for a couple of items. And he's been to T-Rock apparently, but is unable to finish it. But the items he's missing are Lantern, Ether, and Titan's Mitts. He doesn't know it, but he's going to be missing Titan's Mitts for a long time. Lamp is waiting in Mire, which is opened with Ether. So Ether is the thing, which means he has all the. No, that's Fane who has the pendants. I don't know what Xeno's pendant situation is. And Wizzarobe giving him a gigantic hint that Ether isn't the place chat hopes for in the tourney.
And looks like that's the last hit Orphis needed for Ganon. So Orphis is going to be finishing up here with a 7th place time of 3 hours, 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Congratulations to Orphis on completing the Wizzarobe Seed.
Yeah, this race was given 4 hours and 50 minutes as a sort of par time, I guess. And Everyone has just been performing fantastically. 7 people coming in at around this 3-hour mark. Super impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see most of the players showing a little bit of frustration, doing a little bit of dancing when they pick something up or when they find something that they were not looking for. I know Mikens has bombed the sick kid when they got the heart.
Oh no. I understand your frustration, sir, but my goodness. That is just uncalled for. Nice Samaria bomb there. On the precious red mail is gonna go ahead and pick that up. I guess he kind of needs to trigger the crystal, but like maybe he doesn't trust it after some of these downgrades.
Yeah.
And
I tried not picking up an item. Didn't work.
Yep. You're forced to wait. You would love to skip the quarter magic, in quotation marks, drop from Cold Stare, but you're gonna have to go ahead and grab that if you actually want that crystal. Yeah, Orpha's posting a chat. He was the player who missed the switch on Death Mountain that is not there before you take out the Mothula because it's eating up all the sprites. And so once it's dead, the switch will spawn. But you do need to go back upstairs to trigger it. And if you don't do that, you're not going to see it. You're going to leave. And you're going to miss that key item waiting there in Death Mountain. So that was a big hurdle for Orphis.
But honestly, just getting through the seed is a real achievement for everyone who has made it through.
Yeah, I started, like 11 o'clock, and then the race started at 4, so I was at it for 5 hours. I had a bit of help. Didn't get the tip about the mirror until a friend figured it out for me, but I didn't finish within 5 hours, so I'd still be going. Seven, 8, 9, all 10 people looking like they're gonna finish ahead of where I would have been. So Exuno's got that hint from Wizrobe to get the Ether Medallion from the pedestal that's led him straight to Meyer. And he's gonna find the lantern here. Thankfully, he does not have to go through any dark rooms to get it.
Yeah, and Miken's in G Tower looking for that key. Finds the flute. So looks like there's gonna be no swag deck today.
I know at least one person was looking forward to another rendition of the anthem.
And Fane.
The switch, where is it?
Where is that switch? And Miken and Fane right next to each other, basically high-fiving.
Yep, one of them I think snuck into the portal before the other got there, so it's a sort of interdimensional high five, but they are quite close. They could be an exciting finish for 8th place. So it has come to our attention as organizers that all remaining racers are going to be finished quite a bit ahead of the designated end time. So rather than do nothing for an hour and a half or whatever it ends up being, we are going to go ahead and just jump right into the next seed. So hopefully you guys weren't, looking to very specifically see this one seed, and we're gonna wake up at 7:50 on the dot to see it. I don't think there's many people in that camp, so I feel okay about moving on to the next seed. But my apologies if that is the case.
I think that it's perfectly fine. I would watch the VOD if that was the case. But I mean, it is a marathon, so it's kind of expected that sometimes things will end a little earlier or later.
For SNES Superstars, we buffered a lot of setup time and very often would get ahead of schedule, and so we would just who's got a run? Who wants to do a run? You played this game once, get in there. Like, not quite like this, but we did have a lot of volunteers step forward mid-marathon to fill some gaps, and we were very thankful. So I don't know, maybe we can gin something up here. What is this fast forward business?
Mikan's got roped by the hand.
And
I think he's afraid, or I think he might be a little bit upset with that door frame. I don't know what it ever did to him.
He's got a lot of feelings, and they cannot be kept inside anymore. They have to be expressed somehow, and the chosen method of expression was remodeling the first floor of Ganon's tower. So he went to work on the door frame, was going to knock down that whole wall, really open things up. It wasn't a bathroom or a bedroom, so there's still the same number of bedrooms and bathrooms. I think it was a good decision. I think the resale value on this tower is going to go up. So channeling that energy positively. Nice job, Mikans.
And there we go. Ixuno finds the lamp. That must be a big relief for them. Pretty much, I think that was the only thing they were really looking for.
Yeah, they had the list of Ether Lamp and Titans. So they would like to have Titan's mitts. But once they... Well, no, I think they're still going to have to realize that there is that other entrance into Turtle Rock, such that you can go straight to the boss and kind of ignore the whole rest of the dungeon. Mikans finds the big key.
And grabs the second small key there.
Fayene's already into Mimics 2, so has quite a bit of work to do to catch up, but with this very difficult and surprising boss fight waiting for both players, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if they get thrown into the basement there and then decide to fight the the Wisdorm.
Yep. First, they have to confront whatever this Mothula is. Horsula. Breathing either fire or those Patrick Starfish from Thieves Town, just all lit up with Cheeto dust or something. Trying to land the hits. Where is this thing? Oh, he's got the butter sword. He's got the butter sword, so he can't actually connect.
Oh no!
Of the randomizer, he's gonna need to use pokes or pull out the hammer, and does eventually land the hits.
Get a poke, yeah.
Those were some accidental pokes.
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge problem, accidentally cleared for Fayane, but it has really evened up our 2 players competing for 8th place. Mikan's box now 2 rooms ahead in the gauntlet.
Yeah, this could be really close. So we got some Mikans in the Landmolus fight deciding to use Temper Sword instead of the silver arrows.
Well, Mikans went right side first, I think. I wonder if perhaps he doesn't have silver arrows.
That's actually possible. No, he's got silver arrows.
All right.
There we go. And Xuno making quick work of Vitrios. Or Vitridome, or whatever we call it. Soggy Dorm.
Ugh. We can now put that ugliness behind us. Every player remaining in the race has cleared Misery Mire.
Yep.
Xuno's still got a big problem, though. He doesn't know how to deal with Turtle Rock. So I think he's going to be hunting for Titan's Mitts.
Oh. Mikan, you didn't get one of the torches.
No. There's a limited magic situation. Torch is going out. I think the lantern's going to be enough to get him through that door. Yeah.
As long as he makes it. Oh, see that one right there.
All right, now just make sure you don't leave the stairs on the same frame that the door closes, because that will trigger the massive sprite despawn glitch, where every single sprite on this floor of Ganon's Tower is despawned, including key things like bosses that need to be defeated to progress.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw that for the first time this tournament not too long ago.
Yep, it was Fred Coughlin, I believe, in a race against Andy. He had a pretty big lead going into Ganon's Tower that got quite a bit shorter after that, keeping things interesting. But he did end up recovering and winning that race.
So Mikan, I think, is trying to, it's like, woo! One hit. So if they're going to do hammer, they need 17 hits. So far got 2. 3.
He doesn't have the sword out either, so he's very susceptible to falling.
4, 5. Get out of the way.
Here comes the tail.
Oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness.
How is he still going?
There we go.
Oh no!
Bombs himself off, and Fane off the edge as well. Oh my goodness.
They are neck and neck, both players skipping Wisdom and heading right back up into the boss fight. Health situation, though, greatly favoring Mikan's box. Fiyane down to 2.5 hearts. Not sure what everyone's potion situation is, but this is a tough spot.
Oh no! Mikan again.
Once more, down onto the floor. Fiyane making good progress with these bomb throws. Bombs bouncing off his head. Doesn't quite bother him too much. That one is really good. Yep.
On Mikan's screen, his eyes are red, but on Fane's, they were green.
You know, I'm not surprised that the incredibly glitched boss sprite in itself is also glitchy. On another level, a whole nother level of glitchiness. Doesn't even glitch the same each time. Either way, both players now done with Helmadorm King. Fiyane first out, dashing up this kind of tricky room, actually.
Aww, Mikan pulling on the validation chest, grabbing out the Titan's mitts, and it looks like Zuno, now having the lantern, is going into pod, probably to finish it up. I think Zuno has the hammer, so...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to finish this. Fiyane is first to deal with Aghanim. He's down to 1.5 hearts. His health situation could be a big problem. Though we did see... Oh, who was it? One of our players went half hearts, the Ganon fight. I think it was Mally. And came out the other side with the same amount of health. No-hit Ganon fight. In a clutch situation. Trying to mirror to go get some potions, I suppose. Has a flute now, but has not unlocked it, so it's going to have to mirror back. And just goes into the fight. Thinks better of it.
You can get a fairy from the tree at the bottom, but you risk getting hit by the enemies down there. Sometimes it's not necessarily worth it. If you're in the overworld, you're going to die. Then, I mean, he might spawn right there again. But they are pretty close here. Of course, they don't know that.
So Fiyane's got the Cane of Burn out. Here it is. Oh, okay, nice. Using it to dodge the fire bats there, preserving the magic. A little more reliable, I'd say, than trying to use the hookshot for invincibility frames.
Oh no!
Canceling the cane too soon. Or perhaps not sidestepping the fire bat. Either one would have done, but neither happened. It is a death for Fiyane. Beacans jumps into the lead, and with a blue potion, he is sitting on full health. 4, 5, 6 hits. Pretty sure Mikan is on to the next phase.
There we go. 1 hit in, so doesn't get the fire bat circle. And that's all 4 hits needed, so probably gonna set up for torch glitch here.
Fiyane down to 1 heart. Oh, with that very clutch Cane of Burning usage. Doesn't get the circle of fire bats. And it does catch up with him. Mikan's getting a very solid double to finish things up. He is across the finish line in 8th place with a time of 3:24:17. He doesn't know it, but he was part of a... Well, I should say they were part of a pretty fantastic surprise 8th finish contest. And Mikan is coming on top.
Yeah, and Fane is going to be needing that magic.
Yep, has switched to Hookshot to try to deal with these fire bats. Don't think that they got the 6 hits. Nope. Another fire bat phase. This is the hardest thing to deal with in this fight, and having to do it twice, it's just that much worse. These fire bats so hard to deal with.
Oh, unfortunately walks into the fire bats.
Their hitbox is a little bigger than they appear.
So we'll probably run down and either grab the fairy or grab some potions.
Running over to this tree and throwing powder on it. I was waiting for something crazy I didn't know about to happen, but instead nothing. And gonna be making their way over to what I assume is gonna be the witch's hut for some blue potions.
I mean, they definitely have enough rupees.
Yeah. And Ganon's tower saw fit to equip them with all of the bottles necessary to house them. And Exuno trying to figure out how to get past this Turtle Rock conundrum. He said something about a small key in Turtle Rock, so I think he's been inside, but has not thought about going to that lower entrance in Turtle Rock. So he wants to fall down that middle one there, but he's chosen the left side.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to get him through here, because I think he gets locked out at a specific point. He can't open the big chest because he doesn't have the key. He doesn't have the big key to get through that door.
And the big key's kind of behind that door.
Yes.
So the only way to get that key is to drop in from above and come in behind. So all this other exploration he's doing is for naught.
Yeah, if he goes back any farther, he's going to end up finding the map and compass. That's not what he's looking for. He needs to go and jump down that middle hole into Turtle Rock so that he can grab the big key in the laser skip room. For those of us who consistently, have trouble with the laser skip room and open that on a regular basis and walk out, we know where that is just because of how many times we see it. But some people actually, it's not something that you commonly think of, because especially for runners that do NMG or other things like that, or even new runners, it's not something that you see done quite often. It's not a normal entrance into Turtle Rock, I'll just say that.
Yes. Just an extremely bizarre entrance. And it's tricky, especially when you can get inside Turtle Rock to these other parts and dig around in there and explore. And here's Exuno digging as far as he can in this direction. Oh, are you serious?
Fane! Oh, that was the last hit I'm pretty sure that Fane needed.
Well, has all the potions in the world to try again. That is still disheartening.
Yeah, very much so.
couple of attempts at Ganon, but it was in like really dire, heart situations, magic situations. That was the first, honest Ganon attempt, and it doesn't feel good to let that one get away. Gonna have to shake it off, get back into the fight here. Taking quite a few hits from this.
Should still have a couple blue potions.
Mm-hmm. It is past that phase now, into the next one, and has prevent any fire bats from spawning. Just needs to be mindful of the gap.
Yeah, the important thing to remember is it's not necessary to immediately worry about the torches. If they go out and Ganon is standing right next to them, you can definitely let them wait for a minute. They're not going to disappear on you, at least. So, like situations like that where he's teleporting to the bottom, you have no idea where he is, it's a good idea to just kind of stick around the middle. At least that way, you're not going to end up getting accidentally knocked off the edge by Ganon.
Yeah, that was a pretty scary situation, lighting one torch and then, whoa, he's right beside me! And actually blocking one of the fire rod shots, but does recover from that situation and land the final blow on Ganon. 9th place with a 3:31.38, still well under the times that we expected to see for this seed. Exuno inquiring for just a little bit more information about how to progress the Turtle Rock. Kroya helping him out a little bit. So I think he's got an idea now of maybe what needs to happen.
Yeah, looks like just trying to see if they can get a different entrance, hopefully. Hopefully that's basically what Exuno needs. It's just to pick the other entrance. Whether they know that entrance exists or not is the better question. Oh,
he's standing right in the middle.
Oh,
okay, no, going left.
Oh, no.
I think he's just, like, maybe looking around. Oh, no.
Getting eaten alive by those lasers, though. The interesting thing is, Exuno's been in here, so I'm not sure what, like, they've gone through all this stuff already, so I'm not sure what is going to change or what they expect is going to be different.
I don't think they know either. They're just hoping, one of the tips they received is that they're not stuck in Turtle Rock, so he knows, Exuno knows that this is basically where they need to be. So they're just going to keep looking around. Exuno really darted for that left upper entrance. Doesn't seem to be thinking of any other potential entrances into Turtle Rock, and that's not a good sign.
Yeah, I genuinely believe that they just don't know that entrance exists. And I think Exuno might be hinting towards not continuing, and I hope that's not the case, because they're really close. Yeah, that laser beam just beaming right, but being in the door gets an invincibility at least.
It's like a cleansing process. Lasers really help exfoliate. After a bit of poking and prodding in helpful hands, I think Exuno has stumbled on the solution.
Yep. I think they see it.
After an "oh damn it" in chat. Yeah, I got it. Totally forgot you could fall to that one, he says. So Exuno is gonna have to. I think you need to go to the light world and drop all the way down and come back around.
Yeah, I think Exuno might need to save and quit, actually, because I don't think the ledge allows you to drop off there. It might allow you off the left-hand side, but you're still gonna have to go up the. Yeah, you can't jump off the right-hand side one.
There you go. Nope, just kidding. A little too far left. Oh, brother.
Yeah, just need to head up the middle one. So it's things like this that really make you think outside the box with these seeds. So, and that's the thing about Randomizer though too, is because you have different items means you can access different things at different times in different ways. So it's cool to just be able to think a little bit outside the box and see how these players are thinking that way.
Yeah, this one's a little unfair though, because you think outside the box to go in through those other entrances, and then you find out you're not far enough outside the box. You need to go a little further and look for the other entrance.
Yeah.
To Turtle Rock. Exuno getting caught by these backwards lasers a little bit, down to 3.5.
But at least dying in here will just bring them back to the entrance. Putting those lasers on the opposite side, though, that tricked me.
It's one of those little touches that goes a long way, like moving the tile switch in Ganon's tower of fake switches or fake tiles on the floor.
Oh yeah. And looks like we're gonna get to see the Tridorm fight. Oop. I have to say, in comparison to some of the other ones, this one's actually not too bad.
Yeah, it's kind of just a Moldorm fight with some spikes in the corners that normally aren't a problem, but actually getting knocked into them there is Exuno. But other than that, it's just a Moldorm. It has a very clear head, a very clear tail, which is more than you can get from some of them.
Yeah, like Skullwoods.
Right. Argdorm is just a mess.
There you go. Zuno, clearing Turtle Rock. Gonna be grabbing the red mail. And the crystal, and now is able to, I believe, head into Ganon's tower.
Not before dealing with this little awkward situation the game dumps you out into. Is choosing to save and quit out of the situation. A mirror would work.
Yeah, might not know that you can mirror there. Grabbing some old man kisses on the way out. Opting to go into Dark World to avoid the Sky Cabbage.
Yeah, that's an interesting ability that this mirror has given them. And not needing to worry about detouring to the right side of Death Mountain to find a dark portal. It'll just go straight up the Tower of Hera route and mirror in front of it. It's actually going to climb the stairs a little bit. I don't think that's going to work, but nice try.
Unfortunately, you actually need to open it first before you can climb up the stairs.
That would have been really funny if it turned out none of the crystals are mandatory. You can just climb up the stairs and mirror, and it just kind of finds the entrance.
Oh my gosh, wouldn't that have been the best, though? If the stairwell was already down, and all you had to do was just mirror there, that would be so troll, because nobody would expect it.
And there's not really any reason to go over there in the Dark World.
Not at all. Spike Cave. The only reason would be Spike Cave.
Yeah, you might see it if you were doing Spike Cave.
If you paid close enough attention, you might see it.
Going to be going left side. Is going to find these silver arrows. That is going to be a bit of a relief.
But unfortunately already has silver arrows, so...
Where did those... double-chested fairy. Got the good old-fashioned upgrade.
Yep. Ooh.
Well, I did a lot of this when I was doing Misery Mire and getting horribly lost. I would have to mirror out multiple times, and then I would have to bonk across that gap. And you have to face one direction, and then start using the boots and face the other, and then stop holding the D-pad while you bonk, and then start holding the D-pad so that you don't fall off. And the whole thing proved to be too much for me to handle, and it took me a lot more tries than I would like to admit. Going to be opting to use the hook shot to get over some of these gaps. Yep, see, just not comfortable with that. That bonk strat does get over. It's possible to hook shot all the way across there.
He's about to find his flute.
Oh, good. Normally this is pretty exciting when you find the flute, but not today.
They can make some beautiful music. Serenade Ganon to sleep.
That's
or
right.
Something.
Music to tame the wild beast.
Exactly. Ooh, didn't get the iframes there, so got hit by the spikes, unfortunately. So Exuno is going to be heading into the the troll switch room here. It's probably going to dash up the... Yep. It's like, wait a second. Some bombs and some arrows. Now going to be heading towards the... I guess the next thing is the Ice Armos fight, which is pretty vanilla, as we've seen so far. We've seen a couple of these seeds have different paths, so looks like they're going to check to see, is that the case? Able to go across, easy peasy. Unfortunately, no glitched anti-fairy, so no Bob.
Bye, Bob. No glitched Ice Armos either. Just regular old Ice Armos. Going to be playing it pretty safe, staying in the corner, and then getting a lot of speed trying to land that last hit on the move. You can join the races on speedrunslive.com. You can read some stuff there to get started if you haven't been to SRL before. Yeah, basically you need to be able to stream, and you need to be able to interface with their IRC thing. You can use your own client or you can use the browser. But getting yourself set up and registered with Mixserve takes just a little bit of time, so it's hard to jump in right away. But anyone who has streamed before should be able to get it figured out in time to join the very next race if they saw fit. Nice camping behind the King of Samaria block.
That's actually really smart.
Is it timed out, or does it disappear after a certain number of hits?
I think it disappears after a certain number, after a bit of damage. I think it actually has a damage pool, because if chain chomps touch it once, it disappears. Tiles have to hit it a few times, so I think it's actually damage based.
That is very interesting.
This is actually the hardest part. Yeah,
oh.
See, those jellyfish honestly are like the worst when it comes to that.
Yep, they are real big, and they don't like absorbing projectile fire, but they don't have much of a choice. Gonna try to get it done with the lantern. All right.
You can do it as long as you get the last hit with the fire rod.
Is that enough magic?
I don't think that's enough magic. Oh, maybe
just enough.
Oh my gosh. That was so close.
Nice improvisation.
Oh, and that's
full magic.
That's awesome.
one of those situations where the vanilla prize packs from the monsters really helping out there. You get no bombs and escape, but you can rely on mummies for those magic refills. It's a good thing he got it too, because he's using quite a few to hit this switch. Finds that big key. Has one small key ready to go.
Yep. And we'll see. It looks like he's going to grab the other key from up here. Never know what you're going to find up there, so not a bad idea. Last thing you'd want to do is to have to go all the way back down just to grab a small key.
Soon, Ori. Yeah, there you go. You found the command. This is the Wizzathon. This is a bunch of seeds constructed by Wizrobe ZC. Has put together some very creative placements of various items. And this is kind of a celebration of this whole idea of the Randomizer, of rearranging the items in a very purposeful manner to encourage new and unique ways of exploring the game. So it's a really cool concept, and I'm glad that we're able to explore some more of A Link to the Past here on the channel, especially with the people who have been way into A Link to the Past Randomizer. Ixuno down to 1 heart here, trying to find more under these pots, only finding arrows.
Yeah, and this spike room here is going to be treacherous.
Definitely takes the side entrance hops down, and it's the Igors that deliver the final blow. Yeah, it's not really. Seed is not a great word to use. It's just kind of become synonymous with a different version of A Link to the Past, where the items are in different places.
Nice, very nice job getting those two. Oh, very, again. So now this room here, way more hearts this time, so it should be good.
Really doesn't trust these Igors this time around.
I do not blame them at all. So this one we'll get to see what he does. Generally, you have the 2 different ways you could pretty much go through there. You just walk across, or you can take the iframe. So remember, Butter Sword here. So I believe has Butter Sword, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
yep.
If he already had the silver arrows before coming in here, probably also got the gold sword, and that doesn't do any damage to Mothula because the gold sword shares the same damage value as spikes, and spike damage was set to 0 for Mothula because they didn't want you killing the boss by ramming her into spikes. So in later versions of Randomizer, the gold sword damage on Mothula was changed to deal tempered sword damage, but in this version, like in the vanilla version, you can somehow obtain the gold sword before getting here. Very ineffective. You have to resort to poke damage, which does tempered sword damage. But I saw a spin work there, which I wouldn't have thought would have hit.
Well, I think spin actually worked because they hit with the tip first. So it technically poked them.
And surprise, it's back.
At least knowing easily what to do can make quick work of it and move on. And having the sword beams, at least for a bit, made a nice little bit of ease for that.
Rounding up the Stalfos all together and not quite.
Trying to deliver the final blow.
Yep. Laser preventing it from lining up. Wow, going for this high-speed ice skate silver arrow snipe.
Oh, it's got a few arrows. Oh, there you go. He gets it. We're gonna see the Lenmolus 2 fight.
1. Long range. Oh, if he had gone up, that would have totally hit. A little early on that one. It is so hard to time these arrow shots. There's a lot of delay between when you hit the button and when the arrow comes out. There's a lot of delay when the Lanmola actually comes out.
Then you gotta worry about the fireball shooting you in the face.
Yep. I think the worst thing is there's no real solid visual cue to use for when the Lanmola is going to pop out.
Ooh, unfortunately, might need to use ether here quickly just to see.
Oh, I actually thought that was a ring. I didn't realize you have to go to the left there. Seeing these Wizzrobes arranged in this pattern. Ooh, all of the projectiles are getting eaten up by that moving spike. Unable to get the triple kill.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to be careful because they need magic.
That is a really good point. Using the lantern here for safety.
Opting to use the fall strats to get quickly back to the beginning. Not a bad idea. Actually, I'm sad. We didn't get to see my favorite Moldorm.
You're right. Now that the possibility is totally gone, if you check the race game, you'll see a map up there, and if you're curious enough about that map to think maybe I should pick it up and see if something happens, you bomb open the left side wall inside the house, and on the other side is a glitched up Moldorm doing laps around a dining room table in the middle. And it hits you for 3 hearts, and you've probably only got 6 at most at that point. So it's actually a pretty difficult fight. And I can't remember what variety of glitched sprite it has.
It uses the tavern people.
Oh boy.
And the old man heads.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's monstrous.
It is quite funny. So here we go. We're about to see bombs or hammer. Looks like bombs. Nice chunk of the helmet. Oh my god.
Using the sword to stay on the ledge. Had 2 bombs out there. I like it. Here comes the tail. Just kidding. It was actually just a reduction in lag that made it seem as if the tail had sped up.
Oh! Off the edge goes the bomb.
Walks right on top of it.
Nice. Very nice.
Silver arrow from the side misses.
No!
Tail swipe off the platform.
No. I feel like there's a Pokemon move. Tail swipe.
Tail whip.
Oh yes, that's right.
Is the
Tail whip.
starter move that reduces your defense. Xeno's defenses are now lowered
Helmosaur
one
uses-
stage.
Helmosaur uses tail whip. It's super effective.
What other moves does he have? Fire blast. And headbutt. And then
Just
maybe
needs
something
that-
like
oh, no.
protect. Come on now, where is that weird green gem on your head? Yep, body slam, also another good interpretation.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my
Okay.
God.
Getting
Oh my
close
god!
and personal. Taking 2 hits and scaring the bejesus out of Corsicola, but he does land the last hit and finds the Titan's mitts he's been looking for all this time inside the validation chest.
Yeah, it's too bad that we can't actually see the stats on how many chests were open or anything like that. 'Cause I'm really curious on how many people got really close to 100%.
Yeah, those numbers are a little unreliable. Into the Aghanim 2 fight with a decent number of hearts and
Nice!
gets, I think, the triple. It might have been eaten up and only been a double, but I guess we'll see. It's either at 4 hits or 3 hits. Ooh, missing all 3 there.
Oh,
all
man.
3 shots just barely off the mark. So that will have been a triple
Should
if
be-
this is the last hit.
Yeah.
It
There we
is.
go. Nice.
Half magic kind of fixes your magics. I think basically quarter magic and regular magic and having no magic upgrade are switched. So you start out with quarter magic, even though it says you have nothing. When you get quarter, I think it reverts you back to regular, and then
Yes.
half is still half. But then again, I think that's the case with things like the lantern and the fire rod, things that consume a certain amount every time you use them. But I think with the cane of Burna and the cape, I think those values are a little off. Because that cane of Burna that Alminster used, that just ate up the magic bar right away. Down to 5 hearts in the Ganon fight is Xeno. He's keeping his distance to try to dodge these fire bats. Doesn't want to try to go, okay, he's inside the firing now. Doesn't want to be there. I think he got 1 hit there. I'm not sure if that's enough to get to the next phase. So close, fire bats
no.
right on top of him. That was really hard to deal with, so that is
He
gonna
might
be...
have a fairy? No. Darn.
Going right back into the fight. Xeno pretty confident in his Ganon abilities.
So only needing 6 hits here to get to the next phase.
Just tanking these hits to get these 6 hits in. Is he going to be able to use the hookshot in time? He is. One more. There it is. Using the hookshot there to definitely maneuver past the fire bats. But Ganon goes top left. Hard to reach him in time. Here comes that fire bat
nice.
for another swoop. Just barely dodges it. And now that he's... Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. He does get him in time. Has those fire bats under control. Going to be able to get into this 4th phase. a lot more manageable, especially with half magic.
Did you find the arrows at Double-Chested Fairy?
And also Ganon's Tower, I guess.
See, there you go. Exactly what I was talking about earlier about how, he's at the bottom, the lights are out, you have no idea where he's going to be. Might as well just take that extra second to wait for the torches to go out, or wait for his bat to go out so that you can light the torches. That way you're guaranteed not to fly off the edge from him spewing fireballs at you.
Staying calm and collected under pressure, Exuno delivers the final hit on Ganon, our 10th place finisher. Last but not least, Exuno with a 405.47. Fair number of people dropped out on this one. I think about 5 forfeits or so. So Exuno finishing ahead of all of them, and still a good 45 minutes under the sort of expected time. It's a great job to Exuno.
Very well done from all the runners.
Says thanks for the help, and that the seed was quite fun, even if it's a little frustrating to get stuck sometimes. So we are going to start getting set up for the next race. But the thing about getting ahead of schedule is not everyone gets the memo in time. So we're going to continue to hold down the fort for a little bit. Or at least I am. I'm not going to volunteer Sakura for it. Or you just got voluntold. You're here for 30 more minutes. But yeah, we'll see things through to the next seed here for just a little bit.
Yeah, that was a really great seed. Or I guess that was a really great Randomizer. I enjoyed playing it. I know that the runners probably enjoyed playing it as well. Some of them a little more than others, probably. But I think, the biggest hurdle with this race was that some people didn't know that you don't need Power Glove for Thieves Town.
Yeah, we saw that happen to McCann's Box, who actually went into Thieves Town and while in there kind of concluded like, oh, I can't do this yet, and left. A lot of players just thought like, no point going in there if I can't do it. That was the cause of a couple forfeits. Unfortunately, it's pretty rare that you get all the way to Thieves Town without finding some kind of lift upgrade in a randomizer. So not everyone is aware of that little catch. So that is unfortunate. I think this seed, like you said, is a lot of fun. Being able to do those things with the mirror, being able to find the Moon Pearl pretty quickly means you get a ton of places to go. And it's just a lot of it's easier to move around the game when the mirror goes both directions. You don't have to worry so much about where your portal is and being concerned about how you route through the game. You have a lot more freedom when you're able to mirror in the light world, and of course there's also the wonderful few catches that are in there, like mirroring into the back of desert and the back door to Turtle Rock and things like that. I really enjoyed playing this seed. I'm not sure if we have a nice thing we can link you guys to that shows here's all the seeds if you want to check them out yourself. But they definitely are available publicly, and I think we'll probably get something together like that we can link.
If you are if you're in the Randomizer Discord, they're in there. They're posted as a seed in there, as custom seed. I don't know if they've been taken down temporarily while the Wizzathon is going on, but you'll definitely find them in there. But my favorite thing, I think one of my favorite things about this seed was the bosses. The fact that they were completely different. You didn't know. I mean, you kind of knew after a while what to expect, but the fact that things were different. That Helmasaur at the end. Oh my gosh, that was something. When I first stumbled across that, I had no idea you could use bombs to destroy his face. I used hammer. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Boy, that was interesting.
Yeah, I don't think any of our 10 people who finished did a full hammer kill. All of them ended up using those bombs.
17 hits.
That's a lot of hits.
I can't tell you how many times I fell off. And then when I killed the thing at the bottom and saw it was nothing, I just like rolled my eyes. It's like, oh no.
You don't get to have the story of my reaction to it because I didn't see it until just now. I knew about it and it sounded horrible because I could imagine his AI moving around in that room with the drop off so close to the front of it, having no space. You don't, like you said, you don't expect Helmasaur. You're not sure what to expect because you've seen Moldorms everywhere there isn't Moldorm, and then when there was supposed to be a Moldorm, you got a Mothula, and you were like, okay, that's weird. But then you saw Mothulas in other places too, so now you're like, I don't know. It's probably going to be another Mothula, I guess, right? But surprise!
Yeah,
we
it's
found
a
a way to make we found a way to make the Moldorm 2 fight even worse.
Yeah, that was the thing. Is the platform for that? He takes up a good third of the platform, and when he swings his tail around,
it's like over 2/3 of the platform. You just can't be standing on any of it.
Yeah, if you're on the wrong side, we'll rip you. Like, you don't even stand a chance.
Orphis did a full 17-hit hammer combo on him. I know a couple players definitely were hitting him with the hammer, but I was pretty sure everyone added in a couple bombs at the end. I guess I'm wrong. Did you play through all of the seeds for Wizzathon, Sakura?
I did not. I played through Seed 4, and I don't recall what the other one was. Wizrobe would know. But I never know the numbers of them.
Right.
But
and you don't want to spoil what happened in it in case it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. So that's my... Wizrobe would know which number it is. I think it's number 5, if I'm not mistaken. I think I played 4 and 5.
I just played 4, so I'm quite curious to see what else is in store for me and these players who are going to be the ones running through it. I don't know. I had so much fun with 4. I might take a crack at some of the others instead of just watching.
They're really fun. Like I really enjoyed 5 as well. There's a few quirks, of course. You know, you come to expect that with the Wizrobe seeds. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I just found them a ton of fun. I know there's a few that I haven't seen. Unfortunately, I was working for most of yesterday, so I wasn't able to watch a bunch of them. So, but I guess that means that I can go back and play them now. And there's been one that I've been kind of looking at for a while, so we'll see. Hopefully I'll get a chance to play it.
And you can always go back and watch those VODs. VODs for this marathon will be available. I'm not sure if we have if the VODs command has been updated or if it's going to spit out something about SNES Superstars. But that only works on the Speed Gaming 1 chat. So I'm going to go ahead over there and type it in and then copy and paste what it spits out. But that's our YouTube channel. And all the runs from this marathon will be up there eventually. So just stay tuned. Feezel's going ahead and making it official. You can type schedule, get an idea of how long the marathon is going to be. It's going to continue until 9 p.m. Tonight. So for another 13 hours, or 12 hours, 12 and a half, any number close to 12. And then there's a bit of a gap while we switch over to A Link to the Past on Speed Gaming 1, and then the finale will happen after that at 11 p.m. tonight. And it's going to be a new seed, a new race, a new ROM, a new devious creation put together by Wizrobe. And so I guess the commentators are probably going to be just as much in the dark as the players, and that should be pretty exciting. And that's going to wrap up around 2:30 in the morning. So you got about a whole solid day left of Wizzathon.
I can't get enough of Link to the Past, so I'm good with that. Can we just extend it longer?
Well, Wizrobe has, 16 hours to make another seed, and that buys him another 4 hours to make another one.
All right, Wizrobe, you heard him. Go, go, go.
Yeah. And the worse he makes the seed, the more time it takes people to finish, the more time he has to make more. So, if anyone could very quickly craft such devious seeds is to keep this marathon going indefinitely, it would be him. Something tells me he's probably going to rather sleep just a little bit. Probably going to want some sleep. Next run's going to begin real soon. Real soon. How soon? Not sure.
They were saying 5-10 minutes after the last person finished. They're going through the quote-unquote debriefing at the moment. So it should start very soon. I am not in the oh, it's a briefing, not a sorry. I made the mistakes, guys. I blame it on not sleeping for over 24 hours.
I think the only reason Feezel's bothering it to mention is because he's so tired. His sense that says, like, you know what, maybe that doesn't matter. That filter's gone. And mine,
I'm
of course,
sorry,
to maybe change the topic. No, I went ahead and continued with that one. That's just what happens. Things get a little sloppy. At least we kept it together. Poor math girl fell to pieces in a giggle fit.
Oh my god, yeah, that was funny. Yeah, so it looks like everyone's getting everything pretty much loaded up. I don't have the actually I should probably look at the IRC channel.
You're right. I haven't been doing that.
I been a bad commentator. And I didn't swap over to the
2.
I don't know. I don't know which
they
one's
did them out of
next.
order on me, so I don't know if it is going to be 5 next.
Hang on, let me look at the chat. Okay, looks like 2 is next. Seed number 2.
So I'm in the proper racer now. There's the continuing examination of the debriefing scenario continues on Discord, and all of it is silly. This is the second seed of 6. In terms of the order they were made, but it is the 4th seed out of 7. Oh, I think it's 6, and then the final seed, the finale, the new one, is a 7th seed. So we did 1, 3, and 4, and now we're going to be doing 2, then 5, 6. The number's really not that important, but we gotta call him something.
I see one of our poor people has a really tiny screen in comparison to everyone else's.
Yep, that's the cropping has gotten away from us on EOD Texas screen.
That's what happens to me when I minimize my game or like load up something, and it all of a sudden shrinks to like a quarter of my page.
It's also like off center, like something pretty bizarre happened there. Or maybe Feasel like got the cropping all perfect, and then the player EOD Texas, if he moves it on his screen to somewhere else, that will totally screw things up.
There you go. We got it.
So Link's looking a little different on the title screen here.
He's got yellow pajamas.
He's got his his Bruce Lee Kill Bill thing going on.
His banana costume.
The banana pajamas. Bananas in Pajamas was a TV show.
Yes. Yes, it was.
I didn't want to say any more than that in case it was like one of those things where, wait, I think you're Canadian. Because I'm Canadian, and sometimes I say things and then I realize it might have been only in Canada.
I do that all the time. I just don't care after a while. Everyone like just thinks, yeah.
Bananas in pajamas for coming down the stairs or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. Yeah, you're right.
Memory's still rolling around in there. Yeah, like I was too old for that show even back then. Bananas in Pajamas was British. Yeah, walking down the stairs. Air bomb.
Yeah.
BIP is what someone just called it. Like it's the
BIP.
Oh, that BIP? Yeah, we got that. Swedes got it. For all I know, it's in America too, and everyone's like, yeah, of course everyone knows Bananas in Pajamas. It's a staple of television programming for children.
Oh my god, I just looked up the theme song.
Of course you did. Of course.
my god, it's so great. I love pajamas. So comfy.
They're pretty great.
Yeah, Link's banana pajamas. Plan B time. Be yourself. Oh, I see the theme here, guys.
Yeah. With the yellow costume. It's seeming pretty clear here.
Yep.
It's actually Australian, not British.
Well, I am going to gracefully step out and allow my allow Phantom to replace me. Thank you so much, Phantom, for joining.
He unmuted, but I can't hear him.
I know.
Oh,
sorry, I forgot to turn my amp on.
That's the thing.
There we go.
Yeah. But yeah, Sakura, thanks for throwing it back to me. Know you mentioned you're getting a little bit sleepy, so thanks for your help there. Oh my gosh, look at our links in the character select menu over here. They're all in yellow.
They sure are. They've been listening to too much Coldplay.
Oh, are we starting? We're starting the puns that early, huh? Well, it's not really early for you.
No, I don't know what that is. That's a reference, maybe. Going with the other Minster, you don't know it, but you're late to the party on that one, man. Troya beat you to it, and now you look silly.
All the B puns.